So 111 says, okay. Describe your character's current relationship with the player character sitting to your right. So we'll randomly determine who the character to your right is, because we're existing in cyberspace. Yeah, if you're interested in that. So I'll go ahead and post that up. Don't know, test dummy. There you go, buddy. All right. And while you're ruminating on that question, does anybody, for a point of DM inspiration or a factspiration die, want to sum up what happened last time? I will throw up this NPC art to get your juices flowing, your memory juices flowing. So, all right. Is there anybody that Barnabas? All right.
Well, it's good to know where her tip chart is.
Going once, going twice. Oh, okay. Ray coming in with the steal. Going once, going twice.
I've met this woman at the Ren Fair I used to work at.
At every Ren Fair, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man.
Oh, Crash. If Thalen's
Yeah.
on the map, can you delete him? Because the heartbeat is still there.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Thanlin on the map. I don't see him.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't see him on the map. And you shouldn't have permissions to him anymore either.
I don't.
Oh, there he is. He was invisible. Okay. All right. So his
Like
ghost
Where's
was lingering. Yeah. Oh no, Where's Waldo is the real long, like the 2-year plus campaign dashboards where you're just staring at it and they're like, "What about so and so?" And you just stare at it. You're like, "Yes, so and so. Yes, that person." The person that probably got deleted and archived to clear up some space. Yeah, that person. All right, so Ray, take it away with an explanation.
Alright, well, last time on Red Hand of Doom, we were continuing our... I guess honestly the best way of putting this was struggle against Lord of Bithriax, the Burning King of the Red Hand. In a heroic effort that Thanlin was able to return to the battlefield, he, I guess quite literally, went down in a blaze of glory. And the Burning King was determined to make off with his newly charred reward. We tried our best to stop him, landing in quite a number of hits, which seemed to wear him down quite a bit. But unfortunately, he was just too fast for us to keep up with him. Layla and Jert were able to follow him, Layla turning into an owl, Rayjar trying to blast him out of the sky. They were able to see in which direction that he went to, but that's the best we can do. It sounded like it was a bunch of cave systems, so it'd be difficult for us to even find him. Or it would take a long time searching those caves to find him. But we were able to regroup and start recovering what was left of the tribute wagon. The wagon's kind of more just splinters, and the gold is all just melted to slag, but at least it's somewhat recoverable. Barnabas was able to make his barrels and crates and stuff, and we packed it up. I was able to get to one of the knights, I believe his name was Bronson, before he passed on, and was able to revivify him. He was in very bad shape, but we were able to at least save his life, and brought him on board to our wagon, and started making our way back to the dwarven territories. Along the way, we came across a halfling and mouseling caravan. I guess they're survivors from whatever is happening over in Hillwatch. They say things are getting pretty bad over there with the raiders that the Red Hand has been throwing at them. even some other weird bat-like creature that I've not heard of before, so I'm curious as to what that is. Continuing on for the next day, we came across another group of travelers, this time dwarves, one of which was, I guess, wearing robes. I think he's a spellcaster of some kind. His name is Aragor, and, well, he's not as rude as Raijin, but he does have his prickly bits. But he also does eerily remind me of Umegs. I wonder if there's a connection there. But he wanted to join us in meeting with the king. He says he has business of his own. He seems highly suspicious of all the recent activities that have been happening in the dwarven territories. So, we let him join after consuming a truth serum and not letting him actually needing to say anything. But we did reach, I believe it was Val Hinderlin, which I believe is the capital of these territories. And now we're just looking for bright coins so we can speak with him about getting an audience with the king. But before that, when we went to an inn, we met an old friend is not the right term here. I don't know what the right term is here. We met Retirix, though she was in a dwarven body this time, and seems to be hiring adventurers to dig into the caves underneath the dwarven kingdom. Everyone has an opinion of her appearance at this time, and we kind of left off in the middle of discussions with them. They can change their form into pretty much anything. I'm just going to use them.
All right, go ahead and take your. Do you want DM inspiration or do you want a fact inspiration?
I'll take DM.
Okay. All right. So, if anybody's interested in answering the question, roll out a d20 so we know what you got. Oh shoot! You want to slot in Umegs, but I didn't add Umegs stuff in there. Oh my god.
How many slots do we have? We can do up to what, 5?
5 people. Yeah.
Are we using all 5 right now?
I don't think we are.
I think we are. Yeah. We have Sasha, Jocelyn, Jared, Raijin, and Gina.
Okay, so
Sasha gives Layla advantage on death saves. That's pretty valuable. Raijin is kind of, so-so. I have 2 NPCs slotted, and if someone wants to slot one, and I will go down to 1 crafting NPC, but they are very valuable. They essentially give us 75 gold a day each.
Is there anything that you're currently working on at the moment, or?
I have never not been working on something.
Okay, that was, I guess, a rhetorical question. We can talk about it later.
We haven't really covered it, but Gina does have an interesting ability. She has a passive ability that makes bombs and grenades.
If Guy was still alive, he would have much enjoyed that. Remember that? Smoke and mirrors blowing up a bridge.
Those are good days.
Why haven't we been using that?
Because you can't use a bomb to solve all of your problems.
So, well,
excuse me.
Early game, they were solving a lot of problems. Umeg's Stormsteel, his ability. Sorry, I should put this in from my notes. Is obdurate. As a reaction, if you fail a save, re-roll that save with advantage. Usable once per short rest.
Oh,
Oh,
that's good.
yeah.
Now, I will point out that a few of your NPCs got leveled up. So Sasha got leveled up because off-screen she finally hooked up with Layla, who is her crush, and is feeling like she is fighting for something, as the popular Disney song says, she is a girl worth fighting for, if you know what I mean. So she leveled up. That provided this new reaction where you can treat your attack as if you had flanking from an adjacent ally, which could be useful. More useful for rogues, but a +2 is never something to turn your nose up at when you need it the most. Already was pretty strong with the advantage saving throws for one of your characters and the free sleight of hand. Rayfina has leveled up, but she's currently being used as a PC. But essentially, she also now has the ability to turn or rebuke plants once per short rest. When you rebuke something, it's like turning, except you charm them. And it's a good charming because you can actually designate your allies to be targets of the charm as well. So it can, yeah. Blurg and Dobby, they're still MIA. Jocelyn has not leveled up yet, and I think that's it. And then I added Bron Bronson, who essentially gives you access to a knight's leadership ability once per short rest. So, however you guys want to slot it, you can have 5 people at any given time. The rest are just there, but not actively there. Yeah. All right. So, with that sorted, I think that's sorted. The question roll off. Aragorn, you don't even know everybody. All right, that's fine. Aragorn, we need to get to know this character. So, in what little you know of these characters firsthand, and what you have heard via stories and reputation, let's see. We will do. With this list right here, top to bottom on the list that I have. So, D5, 5, Jert.
Hi.
All right.
I heard
Current relationship with the player character sitting to your right. Or I guess I could say, based on what you know about the character or have seen of the character, what would you like your relationship to be with this character? Go for it.
I guess he's looking to help. From what little he's known about Jert and from what he has seen recently involving him and this Rayjirat individual, he wants to hopefully stir him from the path of self-torment and destruction and hopefully guide him towards something more positive in nature.
All right, sounds good. You may ask the same question of any NPC you met previously in the campaign, and then we'll roll a d6 to see who they have to answer about.
The Ghost Lord?
The Ghost Lord. Okay. Let me roll for it. Top to bottom. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. That would be Raedriar. So the Ghost Lord's relationship with Raedriar is a mutual, well, it might not be mutual, but he hopes it is. It is a respect for someone who understands like the sacrifice that would be that was made, and the sacrifice is willing to be made to accomplish what you set out to do. And having orchestrated Raedriar's return, he is overall very pleased with the returns that he's had, which is to say saved from the Red Hand and then not immediately destroyed. So overall views Raedriar in a positive light and understands the that even though they're in a positive light, if Raedriar ever decided that destroying the Ghost Lord would be necessary to destroy the Red Hand, he knows that Raedriar would do so in a heartbeat, because he kind of has that sort of lawful neutral I'll do what I have to do to accomplish what I need to accomplish, almost unwaveringly, or perhaps unwaveringly. So yeah, that's the general vibe he has for Radriar. All right, so with all that settled, we will return to the tavern in this lovely roleplay scene, and you guys can figure out what to do next.
Quick question. We had gotten
Uh-huh.
a long rest over travel, right? Let's see.
Yeah, you haven't had any fighting since you long rested.
Okay, I haven't. Ray was still injured from previously.
Okay.
Oh, and sorry. Second question. That that rebuke ability that uses her wild shapes to do.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be fueled by wild shape charges.
Okay, I'll edit that into the language of it.
Okay. Alrighty. So, here we are. The conversation kind of continues with it being very tense and reaching a point of almost boiling over. She looks sadly at you, Jert, wondering where things went so wrong. And that's kind of like where we resume.
Yeah, the last thing she did was ask me if I, and then an extension of the party, I guess, would be those allies if she was looking for others.
And in that process, I decided to step out and see if the wagon is okay, because I have, my paranoia is like, just like fucking like ruse to steal our gold.
That's a really good idea. Really good idea.
So I just went out to check on everything before I'd come back.
Yeah. So there is a dwarf that operates sort of the I don't want to call it the parking lot, but the I guess the Wainwright, the wagon smith, the stables kind of area. And as you approach, he kind of like snaps to attention and looks over at you and says, you're heading back into your wagon then. It's a fine model.
Just need to pick some things up out of it.
Of course. Your allies, they asked if there was anything to do, but not so much. Some headed to the marketplace, but I think there's still someone on board.
All right. Well, thanks.
Sure. Yeah.
She's like, sure, but thanks.
Yeah. So as you head in, you see that I guess Bronson is just sort of laying down in the common area, resting. He looks up at you when you come in and says, Druidess, is there anything you need?
I'm just making sure no one else has come in and that everything's still safe.
As far as I know. Should I have been more vigilant, just in case?
Yeah, make sure to keep an eye on what we just got.
All right. But overall, everything seems fine. But a good decision just to double check, because this would be a perfect distraction to keep you guys.
A solid minute to compose herself before going back, because she really doesn't want to.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's like at the door for a second before actually going back in.
All right. So the camera cuts back to the scene where she mentions allies, stares at Jert sadly. Does anyone cut the tension or silence, or do you let it hang in the air?
Barkeep, more ale for everybody.
All right. Drellin Fulcrag is excited because lately there has not been a lot of trade this deep into the city. Most of it is dealt with outside of the city. So you see that she's hustling and bustling to bring you out more food and more drinks. Regirix sighs and says, well, if you're not interested in assisting me and you don't have, I don't know, don't have the capacity to work past your rage and oaths or whatever it is that drives you, I guess we have nothing more to discuss.
You're asking me to have the capacity to look past the fact that you murdered members of my family.
Well,
and then taunted me about it while we sit at an open table surrounded by innocent lives so that you know I cannot retaliate. You sicken me.
Sure.
It's obvious that you don't want to save this for later, so I will tell you plainly. Your mother died of fright, and I'm very sorry about that. Your father, he died of sadness related to the agent they sent to your settlement. Your sister is still alive and can stay that way. And then her son, which would be your nephew, I didn't feel like tracking him down. Apparently he left the Prosser homestead and was trying to be a big hero or something.
Lady Regirix, were you
Yes.
involved in any of these activities personally? Like, did you command these to happen, or was this just the Red Hand doing this?
No, these weren't my ideas, but when Jurt was so cruel to me, I went to talk to his mother and try and understand where things might have gone wrong. My family is all dead, you see, so she's like, or was, the next best thing I had to a mother. And she was very confused when she saw me and very upset. And when I explained to her what was going on, she told me that she could not believe it. She was under the influence of the sadness that has gripped that whole region, and it just got worse and worse for her. So then I decided to show her that I really meant what I said, and I assumed my form, and she was so terrified, her heart just stopped.
Hardly constitutes murder.
Yeah, right. And then Julia ran in and she started screaming, and I don't know, I panicked and I knocked her out, and well, I've taken her someplace safe.
Oh,
that's
Jurt stands up.
That's what family does. They look out for each other.
Oh, steady, boy. Steady.
Hold on.
Where did you take his sister?
Oh, I mean, if I told you that, then you would have one less reason to keep me alive. The important thing is, she has been removed from the board. The Red Hand will not be able to mess with her, and she is safe.
And when you say safe, have you experimented on her at all?
No, I've been too busy.
Okay. This doesn't sound entirely terrible.
This I'd like to roll an insight check on this.
This current project has taken all of my attention, and the death of Jurt's mother, it made me realize that I was taking things too far, and I was letting my anger and frustration just drive me, and I am ashamed.
Regirix, may I ask a question?
Sure.
This project you're working on here, where you're hiring adventurers to scope out the tunnels to the Fadart, what's this about? Will you tell us?
Oh, sure. I'm looking for the resting place of one of the Restarian heroes. The big girl, tall lady, the Goliath. You would have thought that she would be buried with her own people, but she was enamored with dwarven culture, and apparently was buried here by request. As a stone sorceress, she said that her powers and the dwarven culture, she wanted to be able to look after them after death, blah, 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 blah. The problem is, the location of her resting place is a great secret, and it has, well, she has something on her that I need.
Can I roll a history check to get
Yeah,
some insight on this person?
You could throw out insight checks, history checks. Go for it. All right, so Ray, she does think that the location of Julia Vanden is actually a safe place.
Okay. And
Okay.
does she? Does
Then
it
she
seem
has,
like she?
to the best of your knowledge, she has not experimented on her, but only because she's been too busy with other stuff.
That's fair. Does it feel like anything that she has said so far she is remorseful about?
Not
or will that be a longer conversation?
really. It seems that she's upset that Jert is upset with her, but can't seem to understand why he would be.
Okay.
You get the sense that, like many Fey creatures, whatever human morality she initially had has been lost by her transformations and her time in the Feydark.
Oh yeah, that's pretty evident.
Yeah.
But just like in the way that she had this upbringing where she was turned into this creature by existing in the Feydark, and then she basically tried to recreate that with Jert, and to make someone that would understand her.
In a way, yeah, Jert might represent to her the strongest connection to the life she used to have. So it's complicated, but it's certainly not excusable behavior.
Yeah. It seems.
Yeah.
It sounds like she may not be fully aware that of some of the things that she's doing is really kind of, fucking with Jert like that.
If you woke up in the night and a scorpion was in the bed and it was stinging you over and over again, you wouldn't be like, "Aw, it's just being a scorpion." You would probably kill it because, you don't want to be stabbed to death by it. But the scorpion in no way is like maliciously, stinging you to death. It's like you rolled over on top of it, you scared it, it's stabbing you. It's definitely, that's the vibe you're picking up, is that she's just doing what she does and doesn't seem anymore to understand like human morality.
Okay.
You didn't mean to kill Jert's mom.
It was.
Of course not. Kathy was always good to me, like a second mother. And at this point, you would have probably overheard the tail end of this conversation, Layla, as you came back in.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask this around with. Hearing the tail end of this conversation, I have a question. I guess two questions. How full is this tavern?
It is a relatively small space and currently not very crowded at all. There's maybe a couple of other patrons.
Okay.
Plus the refugees that you found would also be here / up in their rooms. So that would constitute the majority of the patronage.
Okay. This is going to sound weird, but she's going to try to approach one of the other tables and just under the conversation of, this is a prospective employer, we're trying to see what the public opinion of her is. Do you know her? Do you have an opinion on her? Reality is, she's trying to see if these people are enamored or enchanted or glamored in any way with her.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you approach a table that is, we'll call them neutral patrons, right? So they're not the refugees or your B team or anything else like that. And at the table are some essentially human merchants, and they look at you and they look over at her and they say, well, I can't say one way or the other. She seems to be doing some sort of lively business. I thought at first she might be some sort of prostitute, but I was corrected on that by the taverness over there when I asked how. It was an embarrassing situation. No, I don't know exactly. She hasn't engaged with us, and we haven't engaged with her. But in the time that I've been here, she has met with 2 different groups of individuals, all dwarves. They look like the adventuring sort.
That's about what I expected. Thank you. She just comes off a bit odd, so I was hoping maybe, if you'd been here a while, you'd notice something one way or the other.
Yeah, the other one says, oh, she's odd, all right. I've never seen such a fine dwarf specimen in my life. So many of them still practice the old traditions with the full beard. This one, well shaved. And then the two merchants clank their tankards together at that fine gentlemanly comment.
Layla with a big girl on her face like these fucking guys, but also it's just kind of fun to insult her. She's like, here, for your troubles, and she'll just put down a couple silver coins to buy him a drink.
All right.
That's it. Just checking the surroundings.
So back over there, she would say, well, there, I've told you what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm even willing to, if you would be the adventurers to find it. I could certainly try to help. I could tell you the information that I have and where it might be located. And if you find it, all I need is to see the body.
You don't want the actual item?
Oh, whatever trinkets and treasures she has is of no concern to me.
I look over at Aragorn, who I believe is a stone-shaped sorcerer, question mark. I don't know, he's a dwarf and a sorcerer, I think. This is I'm working on the context I have. I've known this man for half a day.
Yeah.
But so I ask him, I rolled a history check earlier, and I ask him if he knows anything about this tomb and what might be hidden within it.
Would I know anything about this tomb?
You may roll a history check as well. I'll give you advantage, and then I will add. I will look back at Barnabas's check plus your check to see what we got. All right. So the hero they speak of is Lamia Hideshot Thulu Kate, and she is a Goliath Stone sorceress who wielded the twin blades of crystallized fate, which are apparently some pretty sick sorcerer type daggers, essentially. Her love of the dwarven people and their culture was well known. If she was in a different system, she would have taken adopted ancestry dwarf, probably. And she was in service to the this kingdom, as well as the Vale, alongside the other heroes of Rest, for a good long time. But when she was finally felled in battle, under mysterious circumstances, per her will and testament, she wanted to be buried amongst the dwarves and their greatest heroes. Now, the dwarves didn't want to bury a non-dwarf, even if she was a tremendous champion, in their Hall of Heroes. But they did bury her on the outskirts of the city, in a well-protected tomb that they spared no expense on, as sort of a compromise. However, in the years that have passed, the location of this tomb has been kind of lost to common knowledge. All that's known it is near Valhindren. So, yeah.
I look over at Layla, curious to know if she could uncover the secret.
Layla, as a cave druid, this feels like something that would definitely be up your alley.
And maybe with that legend lore, little context.
Layla, who just arrived at the table to get to the very tail end of it, looks at Barnabas looking at her and goes, "What?"
We have need of your very specific specialization.
She pinches her nose. All right. What do you
Hold
need,
on.
Barnabas?
You're not serious considering this, are you?
What do you mean?
Jert looks at the other guy, Aragorn, and just stares. Like he's been thinking this whole time, this exact fucking phrase, and finally somebody said it.
I did want to say, Raedriar is just fucking deadpan staring this whole time, just with a weapon out.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the opportunity. So,
With all due respect, his dead family and her is a separate matter from you guys going down to dwarven territory to help uncover and perhaps give a body of someone who laid and worked for the dwarven kingdom and handed over just like that.
Oh, no.
Unacceptable.
I won't take the body with... Oh, is this a secret conversation? Otherwise, like, I'm not going to take the body. I just want to look at the body.
It's really hard to have a hero huddle when you're at the same table as
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Look, I know you have hurt feelings. We had a really bad fight, and things didn't go so well, and you looked like you were very worn out.
Why are you interested in this corpse?
I want the protection that the corpse offers.
Care to
No.
elaborate?
Is this like a spell or some sort of ritual they put on the corpse? To the best of your knowledge, I guess.
They are a series of tattoos that shield the mind from psionics and similar abilities. This one would know about it, I suppose. Though doubtful your people were able to practice the same sort of runic tattooing with the whole scale situation.
But
yeah, they couldn't practice much of anything after they were slain.
Oh my goodness. Back to this.
But it sounds like the theory is similar
Mhm.
to what his people have done in the past, and that is what you're interested in, yes?
Well, sort of.
Not gonna lie, I'm also pretty interested.
Against what creature do you seek protection from?
Oh, well. He looks around. I suppose it wouldn't really be traitorous to tell you.
I mean, as
The
you say
Red
yourself,
Hand-
you're on vacation from the Red Hand, so are you a traitor?
Of course. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I'm in like in a different place right now that I was before. All right. So the Red Hand has always sought a way back to the power that they lost, and one of the things that spelled their downfall was this guy's people, because they had unorthodox mental magics. They cheated, essentially. So wanting a way around that, they sought out knowledge and power that might help them better understand that. Well, it turns out there was such an individual who was also looking for an ally, because they also had a revenge vendetta against this tiny little vale. And the two serendipitously found each other in the Feydark, and they've been working together ever since. But I don't trust this other individual, and I want to make sure that I am protected in case things turn into a bit of a double cross, or a triple cross, or quadruple cross. It's hard to keep track with all the espionage and backstabbing and plotting, that sort of thing. But I did some digging, and it turns out that this additional individual, they were telling the truth, at least with the information that they've provided to the Red Hand, and that made me nervous. So I came here under this disguise, because dwarves tend to be a bit xenophobic, and I've been using it to sort of compare and contrast the history that I was told versus the history that the Red Hand's ally told us versus the history that the dwarves themselves keep in secret. And it's pretty terrifying stuff. Now I'm starting to debate whether or not I was on the right side of history, as it were. It seemed pretty good at first, but then when I saw Jurt down in that dank, swampy basement, something... And she pats her I don't know, I guess they're real bosoms, because it's like a shape change. And I guess where her heart would be under the massive booba. And she says, something ignited a tiny little spark, and it made me remember who I was for the first time in forever. You don't understand, Jert. When I was a little girl and I fell down into the Feydark, I was lost in an alien world, horrors all around me. You, Jert, you were my light in the darkness. You were the reason I kept going, that I kept finding ways to survive, that I did what I had to do to stay alive, that I might make it back to you. More so than my mother, my father, it was you. You, and always you, were my beacon, trying to guide me home. But I never found my way back to you. I only found more darkness. And eventually, that darkness sort of became me and I became it. And that light that was you, it got so dim, it got so smothered. And now, we can try again. Now, we found each other. I found my way back to you, and you found your way to me. And you know, Kathy, right? That's a thing that could be handled. You know, get like a priest or something. They'll bring her back to life. Death is only an inconvenience for people as powerful as us. It's not like we're farm children anymore. That no options.
Layer tricks. Sorry.
If I may ask, how long have you been in the Feydark?
I don't know. Time became meaningless after a while.
Okay, in that case, he'll turn to Jert. How long were you in the Feywild?
I don't think the time difference matters.
Rajirek says, well, based on how old Kathy was, I would say that you were in there for about, I don't know, 70 years? Maybe 60? So something like that. She was very old.
Oh yeah, in that case, I can kinda see why she ended up turning into... Well, you can't say this because she looks hot right now, so... Yeah.
Layer Jirix.
Yes?
Notwithstanding all of the atrocities that you have performed so far, as well as some of the things that you have done to Jert and his family.
Okay.
But it seems like you are attempting to rectify what you have done.
Oh no, I'm not doing that at all. No, I'm just looking for a way to save myself.
Okay, that's okay. We can frame it this way. Earlier you spoke that one of your goals is to gain knowledge. This seems to be one of the things that you are trying to do right now with this Goliath, trying to understand more about them. Do you feel like if you were continuing with the Red Hand, you would be rewarded with the knowledge you are seeking, or would you be better off working with others?
Oh, well, it seems an overcomplication. When they call for me, I will return, for I have sworn to serve in this cause and feel bound by that promise, and I have received reciprocity for the services thus far, and will continue to receive that. While I am on military leave, I am pursuing my own interests, which are shoring up my personal defenses against potential backstabs or betrayals. As far as the history and the information I seek, I have mostly the answers that I wanted. But I do feel that if I could access this revered corpse, I could learn the rest of the story. And that would be a very powerful boon to anybody that is interested in the defeat of the Red Hand's ally, and I suppose by association the Red Hand.
Any chance we can get a clarification on who this ally you were speaking of is?
Oh, he doesn't have a name. They just call him the Mind Speaker. But he wears a hood, and he has these sort of rotting, desiccating tentacles that come out of the hood. And she holds her hand up to her face and makes the fingers wiggle around.
Does that seem anything familiar to what we've heard?
Would anyone know?
You can make
That
an
was not in the report.
Arcana. You can make an Arcana check. It would be a high DC though. So anyone who's trained in Arcana could make it. Without training in Arcana, it might be kind of rough. But let's see. Oh, all right. So Aragorn, embarrassingly enough, as a dwarf, I did give you advantage in this. You have no idea. They do a good job of revisionist history here in this lawful society. Rafina and Barnabas. Barnabas, you have read about such creatures in a book, in your father's collection, I assume. And then Rafina, you would have heard about this from your mentor and teacher, because his, druidism kind of revolves around the Fade Arc, things like that. These creatures are mind flayers, also known as illithids. They are a type of humanoid aberration that has powerful psionic abilities and are well and truly irredeemably evil. They seek the propagation of their species and the enslavement of all others.
This might give some credence to the story we heard about the dwarves digging too low and uncovering something. A Mind Flayer city was one of the potential rumors.
This also might explain why the dwarven hero met her end.
Well, it also explains why she had tattoos that were protecting against psionics to fight.
Well,
such
obviously, I was implying that.
But you mentioned that those tentacles were desecrated, like some undead variant?
Desiccated.
Sorry, desiccated. So like some undead variant of.
Oh, for sure, yeah. More undead than this guy.
And what is your relationship to this creature?
Oh, well, certainly not sexual.
Blink.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, it isn't sexual. I'm not kidding about that. But I don't deal with this individual. They occasionally are at staff meetings. Is that what they call them in the military? A staff meeting?
More or less.
War council.
War council. Yes, that thing. Yep.
And they're working with the Red Hand. That is not good.
And you fear this creature to some extent that it would enslave your mind.
Absolutely, yes. There is nothing more pervasive and evil than the controlling of another's mind.
He stares blankly at her.
I think we all stare blankly at her.
Transforming draconian children into biological weapons.
Well, that starts a very exciting moral argument. When does life truly begin, Regiar? Inside the egg or after the egg hatches?
Oh boy.
Oh no, we're not having this conversation.
Oh, alright, fine.
Admittedly, as a craftsperson, I find your work to be quite impressive. It has given us a lot of trouble.
Well, thank you. Would you like me to work on you? I have some time.
No, thank you.
We could add some really interesting features.
There's just a moment where he's a little bit curious, but he shakes his head no.
I know you like to shoot that little gun of yours. What if we put griffin eyes in? Huh? Then you'd be able to see really far away.
I also echo friend Barnabas's sentiments after seeing some of the creations in the swamps as well as the Thorn Waste. I am intrigued yet also frightened by what you are creating. However, this information does assist us if we are able to find ways to protect ourselves against this mind speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looks at the rest of the party as, is this a good idea to help Regirex?
Well, I think we have our business that we need to attend to before we start poking around anywhere in the Dwarven Kingdom. It would be good to have the King's blessing. But yeah, I don't know, if we feel like we have the time to devote to this, we have to be careful about how much time. If we go into an underground labyrinth, we could get stuck there for weeks.
That's true.
When Rafina looks around the party, Jurt is staring incredulously at both her and Barnabas.
I know, Jurt, you're very upset.
Not only do you want to forgive committed murder and somebody working with the Red Hand,
Oh no,
I want to now go do a job for them.
I will not
Jurt,
forgive this person
You go be her
whatsoever.
errand boy, I'm leaving.
I'm
And
not
he gets
going to
up and
forgive her
leaves.
either, but I don't think anything dealing with Fae is so cut and dry as they are our enemies.
She is a self-serving creature. He's
Small man.
Okay.
Small man, shut up. He will run after Jurt.
Regirex watches him sadly as he walks away and says to herself, "Oh, you love seeing him arrive, but you also love watching him go."
You know, you'd probably curry a lot of favor with him if you could return his sister. He's really having a hard time with this.
And also,
If I return her sister, she'll be in danger. I don't want anything else to happen to his family.
Man, it does sound like you care in your own way.
Thank you.
you are a complex individual. I will
But
say
what
that.
if we added a third eye? Just hear me out. Maybe on, like, your hand. Think
Barnabas
of all the
doesn't
things
seem-
you could do with that.
He doesn't seem like he's too upset by the idea. He definitely is like looking off into the middle distance, thinking about it.
Or an eye stalk growing out of the base of your skull. Then you could see all around you. Nothing could ever sneak up on you.
I don't want to look like an OTUG.
Hmm. Well, you'd have to grow your hair out, hide it in there. And as she says that, you swear for a moment. It looks like her hair is moving of its own accord. Alright, Aragorn, you follow Jerd outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jerd, there's no fresh air to be had under the earth. So you come out into the hot, musky atmosphere of the dwarves' city.
Yeah, he goes out to take a deep breath, coughs a little bit, puts his hands on his hips, and like goes over to like a nearby like cliff just to look out over things, trying to breathe.
You will hear Eredor's footsteps slowly behind you before he stops 10 feet away.
Wise. What do you want?
Just to see how you're doing, laddie. I saw you stormed out.
Clearly, I need a minute.
Obviously, you're like a boiling pot waiting to explode. Now, I don't know the full context behind you and this
you don't.
Witchwood. Well, maybe perhaps you can come tell me something I can latch on to.
I don't wish to relive the experience. I don't even know you.
No, you don't. And I don't know you. Not much, really. But I'm sensing you got a lot of pain within. And that pain is crushing you right now. Clearly you hate her. No doubt about that. And from what I've seen, she is monstrous. Enough that she may deserve death. Hell, I would have done it myself if I was in your position. But right now you're running on fumes. Cool down a bit. He'll walk up 5 feet forward.
Okay, Jert, he approaches. You stand at this sort of railing that looks down over a lake of magma. In the
turns to look at him.
all right.
Aragorn is going to lean over the railing a bit. Not lean over, but like place his hands on the railing, overlooking the lava. Ah, feels good to be home, huh? Well, that makes one of us at least. What's your story? Tell me. Why are you even joining all of this fighting? You're too young to be going through this.
If I don't, then perhaps the veil will fall. Every hand is needed.
Aye, you're committed to the cause.
I don't want anyone else to lose what I have.
The same can be said for so many others around here. I understand that. Truly, I do. Tell me, what's going on in there? And he'll point to his heart.
Now, social skills do not work against, PCs and other PCs. Player agency always kind of overrides
I'm
that.
aware.
Yeah.
I'm waiting
No,
for.
but
I'm aware.
what I'm building towards is if Jert would like a check from you to see if that influences his response or his roleplay, that is something Jert could do.
It's entirely up to him whether he chooses to respond or not. This is just Aragorn's way of trying to.
I know. I'm just reminding everybody of.
I don't think he needs a roll. His words are persuasive enough so far.
Okay.
Right now, I try to quell the hatred I feel. My readiness to action. The desire I have to split her skull upon the boards of the floor of that room she's in.
Aye, that hatred you have. The fire burning within you, lighting you ablaze, letting you move forward in this cruel world we all born in. And no doubt, you got a lot to let go. A heavy load that you've been carrying for a long time since you stepped out of those woods. I'll admit, I'm sorry for what happened to you. Truly, I am. But you shouldn't let that fire burning within turn into ashes. Not just yet. Right now, you have a goal ahead of you. And if you let that thing steer you from the proper course, it could be lost forever. More so than when you were lost within the Feywilds.
What's the alternative? As I said, be her errand boy and find this tomb so that she may benefit even further?
God, no. Don't do that. But temper that anger. Don't let it control you just yet. Keep the flame going, but don't let it go out of control. Trust me, I had my own anger issues to work through when I was your age. Well, technically speaking, he's in his 80s right now. Age-wise? I'm like,
so he's a young adult dwarf. Is that what you're saying? Or
no. He's
Are you saying an equivalent to 80s and human?
yeah. Let's say.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
No, that's old as hell.
If you count,
That makes you thousands of years old.
Oh no, I mean dwarves only live 350 years.
Oh, I
but-
thought they lived.
yeah.
No, we're not elves. We're not elves.
Okay.
Yeah, they're young adults at 50. So that's your span is young adult at 50, and then all the way up to 350.
Like I said, I had that anger within me. Almost burnt me many times, but I learned to simmer it down a bit. Let it cool over before setting it ablaze once more. Don't be overwhelmed by it. Right now, she's a distraction, nothing more. Sooner or later, your axe will aim for her neck, and you may make it through to then. But for now, focus on what's ahead of you.
Jert nods and leans up against the railing with him. I'm not going back.
I don't blame you. So why don't we sit out about here, taking the sights? In fact, I can tell you all the dwarven cuisines we have going around here. What do you say?
His stomach growls.
All right. So, upon saying that, Gerard and Minette would probably, sensing that possible culinary adventure was coming up, make their way over to you guys. Cutting back inside to these tense negotiations, such as they were. She seems to be pretty much talked out, and has just sort of resumed sort of just sitting at the table, kind of poking at her food, lost in thought. Regirix sort of seems to be almost like disassociated from you guys being there.
I don't know if anyone has anything else, but Rafina would like to kind of ask her questions about the Feydark, as she's seen a couple of things when we were traveling through the Thorn Waste, and would kind of like to have a little bit more info. But this is from more of just like an academic standpoint, so it's probably not going to be a very interesting conversation for anyone else. If she's willing to kind of talk.
Yeah. Anything to change the subject over her social failure with Jert and the awkwardness of this mummy staring at her, wanting to kill her. So she'll definitely engage in a academic discussion about the Feydark. So we will assume then that based on this conversation, you would have advantage to recall information about the Feydark later when needed.
Sounds good.
All right. Any other interactions here? I mean, Rager, you stand ready to fight? Like, do you wait for the? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I hold out a little hand to Rager. No, like he keeps like raising up the glaive, like, but I just say, give us the information you have on the tomb. We have our own business here in the Dwarven Holds. If we have time after that is concluded, we will consider your proposition.
Rager almost takes the hand being raised as the go.
Right.
But then looks over and reads his emotions. Will turn away.
All right. So the I guess that would be that. And then you guys can kind of move forward. She looks to you, Barnabas, and says, well, like, I have other people that I've hired to do this, and if they finish the work, then it won't be there for you. But, I mean, that's just how things are. And if I get called away before the work is finished, then I suppose I'll just never know. Unless somebody was willing to do some, extra credit work? She looks at you, Barnabas. If you go on to find it without me, if you could perhaps share your findings, I would remember it favorably. Reciprocity would force me to compensate you for your kind efforts. Just a thought.
We'll keep it in mind.
All right. Okay. So, with this newfound information, what is the play? It is going into afternoon times, I believe, on this day, the 27th of May. Did you want to try and arrange a meeting with the king today, tonight, tomorrow?
Well,
like,
what
is your...
try and talk to Brightcoin to see if he can work that for us.
Okay. So you're gonna try to track down Brightcoin. All right, fair enough. So I'll change out the music.
But I think as we're kind of exiting this conversation for Jirix, Ray will kind of look at Barnabas and be like, the intel that we got from the Ruins of Rest didn't include this mind speaker. This must have been a new development of sorts.
And as much as I hate this woman, she has given us some pretty valuable information.
Illithids are not easy creatures to defeat.
No, they shouldn't be trifled with. I'm not sure how much we have to worry about them. They generally live in subterranean places, but I'd hate to have them as our enemies in the final battle.
Yes. If they're going to be joining forces with the Red Hand, that's going to make things all the more difficult.
There's so much to do here in the Dwarven Holds, and we don't have time to do it all. We have to pick and choose carefully. We can really only afford to be here a couple more days.
That creature would say anything to save its own life. It is unsure if it chose the right side. It chose the easiest one, the cruelest one. It is starting to realize that they might lose. We should kill her before she gets the call. At the moment, she has failed and has lost favor. She is begging for another way out.
I am unfamiliar with Lady Regerix's abilities. I was not there when you all confronted her the first time. Is she a spellcaster of sorts?
One of incredible power, and a shapeshifter, and God knows what else. And I'd love to put an end to her, but we cannot forget that she has Dirt's sister sequestered somewhere, and if we kill her, we lose that information.
We need to try and find some way to extract that information from her. But that's not going to be easy.
I hate to tell it, this does not strike me as one that would succumb to torture, or even, we'd probably have trouble keeping her bound. The only way we're going to get that information is through reciprocity. So this is how fey creatures work.
That is correct.
We use her weakness against her. He looks over to Jert. Where Jert's heading.
Yeah, I think Jert and Aragorn would be outside. Do you guys head outside to kind of get away from this?
Well, I'm assuming we've left the tavern to
Yeah.
out of earshot from her.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll say that you guys regroup. Jert, Aragorn, Minette, and Gerard all have like street food, basically, like from the marketplace. And yeah, you guys are having this powwow.
He needs only put his emotions aside once again and make promises, and then we kill her. She is too unstable and wants only your love. That is enough to exploit and kill her.
Friend Jert, I am sorry if I made you upset by making any type of comments towards her. I'm only thinking of some way that we will be able to protect ourselves against whatever newfound alliance the Red Hand has with these illithids.
He just crosses his arms. You asked what you asked. You learned what you learned.
An innumerable amount of mercenaries going after this. Eventually one might succeed. Though I hate to say it, because being near her fills my stomach with revulsion. I can't imagine what it does to you. We might actually want to find this tomb she's after. Because if anyone else does, they will actually return it to her. You could just...
I agree. I don't think the mercenaries will have the same motivations that we do. We're trying to protect the Vale from any further incursions. They're mainly just looking for coin.
I'm not sure we'd be able to recreate these ruins.
That was another thing on my mind. If we understand what these tattoos are that are on the body, Rajar, would you have any idea of how we could possibly even recreate them for ourselves if they are in some sort of association with your people?
I do not think it has anything close to what was done with my people. Tattoos seem
sorry, I didn't
external.
do not want to return them to her under no conditions.
You don't think the king knows about this, do you?
Most
Again,
likely not.
I'd like to point out once, just quickly again, like, we don't have to let her have this information, but we might need to return the information to her simply for the location of Jert's sister, after which we could betray her. But, you know, we have to find a way to get that information.
We go to this tomb. We find the body.
And
I memorize
potentially
what the
a great
tattoos
boon.
look like, and in return for the information and the images that I can remember, I have key mind feet, so I can just remember all of them. Then,
Sure,
in return
I
for
could
that,
try to-
I get my sister.
I could try to scry and find your sister's location. She's probably in a Red Oak stronghold.
But if this is Lady Regerix who took her, she probably took some kind of precautions against people able to locate her sister easily.
That does seem sound.
I mean, she sounds like she's a powerful spellcaster of sorts.
He's arguably one of the more intelligent bloodlords we're dealing with.
Oh god, then the rest must have been stupid then, huh?
Some of them.
I would like you to scry if you could.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll see what I can see. Probably won't be much, but maybe it'll give us a clue. We'll know at least if she's alive, actually. If she's telling the truth on that end. I don't
after
feel
we get-
comfortable with any of this, but I don't know. Time is short. I feel like we just need to find bright coin, get the king's favor, and really head to Brindle. Do we have time for this in general? Is this just going to put the cities in danger? To go on this...
Last little goose chase?
Yes, this little goose chase.
Let's focus on what we know.
This was another warrior of rest, was it not?
Yes,
They
and will
use-
likely possess some great boon.
Or a weapon of rest? Those seem to be quite useful.
Yeah.
Kind of takes a glance at Layla's staff.
Well, we already know that it's a crystalline twin dagger set that has some great sorcerer power. And he looks at Aragal.
Yes, I know. I was thinking the same thing too, but still.
Now, she also, in the stories, wielded something called the Radiant Fist, which was some sort of hammer dedicated to Moradin. But you know, Aragorn, that the king has that weapon in his possession now.
Okay, I relay that back.
As I recall, that weapon destroys undead. Would probably be pretty useful against an undead illithid.
So we waltz up. Tell the king, hey, I need your weapon.
No. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
The fact that this is all happening under dwarven territory with no one even acknowledging it throws me off. I can't stand it, really.
Well,
I vote we focus on Brightcoin.
for the most part, it seems the dwarves have wanted to separate themselves from this conflict entirely. But it seems they may be involved whether they like it or not, one way or another.
Well, it's clear that the Red Hand just want to polarize them against the rest of the land so that they'll wait until it's inevitably too late and the ground falls out from under them when their Dark Lord drinks of our land.
That's true. No one will be safe at that point.
Okay, how about this? If you're really interested in this weapon of rest, we go tomorrow. We find Brightcoin today.
Yeah.
Talk to the king.
Hopefully.
Oh, and there won't be no hopefully. We're talking to the king.
You're very confident. You said it went badly the last time you talked to him. Do you want to elaborate on that further? I recall something about you being banished.
Well, I got argumentative and, well, I may have said some rather choice words. I may have called him a pussy.
Oh my. Ugh. I feel very much that you're jeopardizing our chances of reaching peace. But
Rayfina pulls out a book, flips through the back, looks at the glossary. Oh, that word! I can see why the king is not happy with you.
I mean, there were other words too, if you want to, learn about them, but that's for a different time and place.
I'll assume they were all bad.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Do you understand the mission that we're trying to achieve here? The Vale is in danger, and we're trying to unite the dwarves with the rest of the Vale.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm just saying. You asked, and I am telling.
So Barnabas, with your training in history, the fact that he called the king those things means a couple of things. One, it most likely happened behind closed doors, or he would definitely have been publicly
He'd be
executed.
dead. Yeah.
Two, if it happened behind closed doors, but he was still only exiled, either the king really favors this guy, or the king is not acting like himself, because from what you understand, the king would broker no such insults.
Yeah, I would have killed this guy if I was in his shoes.
Yeah. So he might not be telling you the truth, but
I know, I'm trying to get there.
If he is, then a lot of weird shit's going on.
I don't need an insight check to tell me this guy's full of bullshit.
Well,
all right.
Let's see if we can find Brightcoin today and talk with him and see where we go from there.
Okay. All right. So while you're having this meeting, Gina would approach, and she would say, "I got bored with the market, and while I was there, I asked around, and I did find where this Brightcoin is located, and he remembers you, and he is willing to meet with you."
Oh, thank you so much, Gina. Are there any business connections you want to chase down while we're here in the holds?
Well, there's only one magic broker that's willing to broker with outsiders, but I got their information for you if you're interested.
We'll chase that lead later then, when we have the time.
All right. The magic broker is called the Brass Elemental. And it essentially just has, normal SRD magic items available for sale.
Good stuff. All right.
All right. So you guys head to meet with Brightcoin. We'll assume that time ticks on, and it'll be closer to evening times when you go to meet with them.
Yeah, we don't even have enough money to buy the cheapest magic item right now. I don't think so.
Damn. All right.
I mean, potions are always a thing.
Yeah, but that's we can get those anywhere, and we have a lot of them. We have a lot of potions.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is Lex talking. Where did we land on skimming a little bit off the top from the tribute wagon?
That's a great question. Yeah.
Dirt took the high ground, and he's right.
Okay, so in character, we're definitely.
I have the high ground. Don't try it.
The moral high ground, the worst high ground that anyone could have. All right.
So in character, we're all agreeing. No, we pay them in full of what was in the card.
I mean, I'm a little worried that he's not gonna like enjoy seeing melted slag gold, but I do, may present the opportunity to explain the situation and the loss that was encountered.
I mean, they
Hold
can
on,
work
are
it
they-
themselves if they wish to.
Yeah, they're gonna change it into bars. They don't do coins, from what I understand.
Are they really going to count individual gold coin to see if it adds up?
No, they're probably just gonna weigh it and be like, "Oh, this seems about appropriate."
Yeah. And can we get a sense of like how many barrels and chests is this in? Like, are we gonna be able to carry it into the throne room, or are we gonna have to like make a wagon, or like?
Yeah, I mean they had a wagon to transport it, so
Right.
it's likely that you would need something similar to transport all that gold, and we could assume that you guys stuffed it into sacks essentially. You just got sacks and sacks of money right now.
But like a small like pull cart might be able to handle it all. It might be heaping, but
Yeah, I mean
just so we can move it about.
Yeah. That should be fine. Just a normal like two-wheeled cart. Should be able to do it. All right. So you go to Brightcoin's estate, as it were, and it's not really an estate at all, but sort of a dwarven townhouse. Like they have them all just kind of like built into the wall, and then there's like little garden out front, and then the houses are just kind of like side by side, taking advantage of the natural stone sort of carved and built into it. At his residence, it seems to be well appointed and wealthy without being ostentatious. The fact that he doesn't have like his own property and his own separate building, things like that, indicates that either he is not super wealthy or doesn't like to make a show of his wealth. You are greeted at the door by his wife Nelu and his son ReMIX, who you guys saved so long ago. And she says, "Oh, it's so nice to see you. It's been too long. Your gnome friend, she came by and said that you wanted to meet. We have dinner prepared if you'd like to eat. Otherwise, Caden can just meet with you in his study."
I would love a good home-cooked meal.
All right. So you guys settle in for a nice dinner. Do you talk about scary war stuff with Child ReMIX at the table, or do you kind of wait till dinner is over and then discuss after dinner?
I'm curious. Ray's not met these people before, but they were held captive by her family.
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah.
wonder if there's any feelings there.
There's definitely some fear and mistrust of seeing you, and that's a great point, right? So as you are all kind of standing there in the doorway, the child ReMIX, who's pretty small, is gonna look up and see you, and his face, you do see looking back at you, Ray, that there is fear, and he is remembering some really kind of scary and traumatic shit. Nelu looks at you with a bit of distrust, but seeing that you are with the others and that this is a much scarier person with the party as well, and many people are gone that were there before, right? She just seems to be cautious more than outright like you can't come into the home sort of thing.
Okay.
And then that would be certainly one of the things they discuss at dinner would be, what has happened. Where is the brave Mouseling Ranger and the remarkable lion? Where is the silver-tongued guy? Where is Stanlin of Drellin's Ferry? And I don't know how you guys kind of present that information to them, but they would certainly want to know.
Probably not go into the gory details on Thamlin and Guy.
Yeah, it's
But
more just like the road here has been perilous and has demanded great sacrifice.
And they fell in battle, sort of thing. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the situation with the Red Hand is becoming more dire by the day.
So Caden would say, on that we can agree. I have come home to a city I barely recognize. The dwarves, they stoke the fires of xenophobia in their hearts, blaming all their ills on the surface dwellers and those outside of our kingdom's borders. They want nothing to do with this war that is to come, this war that has come and claimed so many. There are some who outright refuse to believe that there truly is an invasion.
Do you believe that there is no way that we could steer the minds of the Dwarven people into believing in this conflict, into wanting to participate in saving this land?
I should also ask, did you bring any B team members to dinner or to this meeting, excuse me?
Did we bring Umeg?
That was gonna be my question.
We gotta be real careful with that. Umeg was like his captor too, kind of.
Oh yeah.
So I don't feel that would be super appropriate.
Okay.
I think Umeg is self-aware enough to recognize that.
All right,
but
so
I kind
dwarf in the back of the hood on.
But I also that's true. But I also feel like as we're kind of emphasizing that we're trying our best to unite the Veil with as many people as possible, like even working with, you know, the Fearbolgs, even working with someone like Umeg's, like
and
we're in
Raijin?
we're in a bit of a rough situation that we can't exactly choose our allies.
Well, we have a dwarf to represent, thanks Aragol. Although you're just as banished.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't be appropriate to bring Raijin to dinner. I do feel Jocelyn is a really key NPC for this.
Okay,
arc.
yeah. Adopted ancestry dwarf. Yeah, I got
Yep.
you. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Specifically, that ties to that Coalhewer clan.
Okay.
If Gina wants to tag along, he wouldn't only invite Jocelyn because that would be like favoritism, and also, you know, it's good to have a gnome around.
Gina would decline if allowed.
Yeah, she's allowed to make her own choices.
All right.
I'm sure Minetta or Gerard would want to taste Dwarven.
Oh yeah, yeah. If they're not a bother, for sure. Yeah.
Isn't Gerard a prince?
Probably.
We've heard it said in passing.
I think
I don't
Red
think it's
mentioned something of him being like a son of one of the Red Rock chiefs or something like that.
Oh.
So yeah, we definitely want him representing.
Okay.
Bronson?
No, we need someone to guard the cart.
Bronson is guarding the gold. Yeah.
Yep.
And Umegs will guard the gold unless pressed into going. All right.
With the dinner party established,
yeah,
I would say that Rager would be at the table uncomfortably, but would look down at the food when it's served to him and just kind of slide it over to Minette and Gerard. He cannot eat. But whenever Caden kind of brings that up, or whenever everyone's talking about proof, he would let out a cough, but try to cover it more, and kind of let spittle out, "I'm living proof of what they do. I have been here since time immemorial. Your ancestors, even Dwarven, have rotted in the ground since the Red Hand destroyed my lands. They will never stop. They have to see me. They will listen. We have coin, even if their mind is addled. There is ways to undo it. I do not wish to start a fear-mongering campaign on your people, Mr. Brightcoin, but I will if these people need to be stirred into knowing what's going to happen to them."
Brightcoin looks somberly at you. And at this point, we'll say kind of dinner's winding down. Nelu will take ReMIX. And then Caden will say, oh, I don't need any convincing. You saved me and my kin when no one else would. And I've been paying for information from old travelers who make their ways through the holds. I am aware of the fall of the northern settlements along the main trade route. I know that there's problems affecting all the settlements outside of this kingdom. I try my best to make the others see, but they are willful in their ignorance.
Have you spoken to the king? Sorry, Layla, you go.
Are you aware of what's plaguing the dwarven holds? It may have something to do with the fervor.
Well, I know there's rumblings of another civil war, but I don't think it's gonna get much traction under it. All respect, ma'am. He looks to Jocelyn. Cole Hewer has been blowing steam for decades now, and very few take him seriously. If anything, those on the surface who are aware, whose eyes are open to the light and the truth, they might join his cause to try and push the king to action, but I've heard whispers the king will just close the doors, steal Valhindlen away, till such time that he feels it's worth returning to the surface, abandoning the other holds.
We've heard rumors that the Red Hand may be pushing the civil war, and we have confirmation they have a sort of mage called a war singer, several of them here. They're adept in deception, persuasion, and hiding amongst the common face.
So you think we might be influenced from within by the saboteurs?
We can already tell you that we have met one of their highest standing members of their military in this hold. They are in the face of a dwarf. Actively.
But you destroyed them then. Put them to the sword.
We are keeping tabs on them. We cannot afford to destroy our credit with the dwarven people before we even meet with the king.
That's how integrated they've become into this this whole equation. That you would seem to be the aggressors if you attack them.
That is correct.
Yeah, it would.
How do we fight against such intrusion?
By making their discretions plainly visible to all. But I do have a question. In the time that you've been back here, have you encountered the king?
Yes. I went to him as soon as I returned. But I have to say, he's not the man I once knew, and he's certainly not the boy I grew a beard next to. Which is the way of saying that they were kids together, kind of thing. They didn't actually grow a beard, never mind.
Yeah, okay.
Rafina will cross that line off in her book. Dwarves don't grow beards together in pairs.
Sometimes.
They tie the strands at the end of their beards together and pull.
It depends on what relationship they're in.
Yeah. He says, his mind seems to be muddled. He seems to be full of paranoia, and it just wouldn't listen to reason. I told him what transpired, that you saved my life, that there was a great force of evil coming. And he said, whatever comes, we'll close the gates. No surface business is our business anymore, nor ever again. I pushed the issue, but he made veiled threats against my wife and child.
Well, the king made threats against you. And you said you grew up together, though.
Yes, we were the best of friends.
Get me to him. He is not your friend anymore. Either way, we will decapitate him, or we will free him.
You're asking me to help you assassinate the king of the...
Careful, calm down. He speaks in hyperbole.
Does he? See?
I speak truth. There are mind benders. No matter which way this goes.
When you say the mind benders, his face looks haunted, as if you see like a shadow pass over it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about this. Recently, he has brought into his service one Tyrander Soulstone, a noble. Yeah, can you elaborate on that? What do you know of the guy?
Tyrander was a lesser noble. He and his kin earned their titles and their wealth being scribes and historians. He's never been well received by any. Always makes those around him feel a bit uncomfortable, and is often cruel to those of lower caste, especially servants and surface dwarves. I can't believe his sudden rise to power, but I can't believe most of what the king does these days.
That is what I speak of. He is no longer your friend. We have ways of freeing his mind. But I assure you, as dark as it sounds, he is better to be put down into the ground and remembered for the man that he was, than to let your kingdom fall. Would you not agree?
Oh, I don't know if I agree, but I do want to ask, how is it you came by that name, the Mindbenders? Those histories are forbidden.
As
cocks his head.
As we said earlier, we were speaking with a, I guess, dwarf in sorts, who is not a dwarf. They did give us information that it seems the Red Hand may be working with Illithids.
No, that is impossible.
No.
They were wiped out in the war. Their whole civilization was destroyed. Their leader, their god, and then their city was caved in.
But...
And now he's looking at you guys like, wait, did you not know the secret history? And then he's like, did I say too much? Like, that's just
bears a grin, but then would say, there is apparently one that died, but much like me, refused to
pass on.
No, that would be... No. These creatures are the most heinous type of evil. They seek the subjugation of all who will not bow before them, and even then, they propagate their own species by taking those prisoners they deem the most full of potential and changing them.
Tell me, would revealing the information that this ancient enemy has returned to you, do you really think that would change your king's mind, or is he too far gone? He did say that all future wars are not his people's problem, but this is an old wound that you have let fester.
Yeah, he looks thoughtful and he says, I feel like you don't have the whole story, so I'll tell it to you. That you best know the truth and how to move forward in the light of that truth. Instead of the dark veil, we and the descendants of the Resting Empire have pulled over the eyes of Elsir Vale.
Whoa.
The war what happened so many centuries ago, it was never truly about orcs from the north. They made for a convenient excuse, but they were simply opportunists, taking advantage of what seemed to be wavering defenses and distracted leadership. Now, the true battle was happening beneath the earth, you see. These mind flayers, they had created a vast network of servants and creatures. They were infiltrating the cities and towns
of Elsir Vale, subjugating the leadership to their very whim, and stealing away all the men and women and children to fuel their great evil empire. The heroes of Rest, they fought alongside some of the greatest dwarven champions of any age. The battle that they had was against these mind flayers, you see. The orcs were as nothing, but so evil and insidious were the mind flayers that it was agreed when the war against them ended, and it ended definitively, that they would not be spoken of again, lest the idea of them, the shadow that their memories might cast, would taint and pollute each individual's trust of their neighbor. That was no kind of future we wanted to leave for the next generation, or so it said. For this was before my time.
We
But
must
sorry.
know the location of the tomb of the warrior sealed away here. Her protections against the creatures are needed once more.
I know where the hero of the Restin, Goliath is.
Oh.
My family is well connected, you see.
Trust in us before it's too late. Your king may be gone, but he may be spared.
If that is not the king, then who sits on the throne?
I am not saying it isn't his body, but it may not be his mind. We will do what we must.
That brings up another issue. If the king is removed, then who's the next in line to take his place? This would create a vacuum, would it not?
Well, we know he has kids, right?
Aye, his son would take over.
What's his son's name?
I have no idea. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
it was said
I look-
before, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I'm double checking our notes.
But I do remember, like, he also had a daughter or something that was
Yeah,
a
they
priest.
one of them would take
Priestess.
over.
Yeah. But, like, I think Umeg gave us a little bit of this information, and, like, their views are maybe slightly different than their father's.
They're not much different. That's the idea that I remember walking away with. Like, it wouldn't change anything if they took over, at least, like, policy-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the king, this is where it gets a little confusing. The king's name is Othric, and his son's name is Osric. And so Osric, his lady friend, Helga, his essentially not so much wife, but companion. She is also the king's shield, essentially. So she is like the #1 guardian of the king. So it's definitely some conflict of interest if the king's bodyguard is dating his son, but you know how rich people do, nobles, they make their own rules, kind of thing.
Regardless, we'll come across that territory when we step into it. But for now, we have some idea on what to do.
Just a thought. Would it be possible for us to speak to the son or daughter of the king and get their perspective on his potential change in demeanor?
So Caden says, I could do that easily. Osric is fond of me, and I him. He's like a nephew to me.
Do you think he would respond well to the implication that his father has been corrupted?
Oh, most assuredly he would not.
And how...
It's also publicly known that you travel with Umeg Stormsteel,
Crap.
And
that got
now
out.
I see that you're with this disgraced King's Guard as well.
Do you want to tell us more about him?
Aragorn?
Yeah, he's being pretty not very forthcoming.
Well, I just met you literally half a day ago, so fuck off.
Well, that attitude is, honestly, I don't want to say typical of the sorcerer caste, but they're a bit different than normal dwarves, and the magic that flows through their blood makes them a bit volatile. But their powers are such that they are immediately elevated to the noble caste, and their brash and oftentimes unsophisticated behaviors are excused. Aragorn, and I'm not just saying this because you might blow me and my family up and you're in my home, but Aragorn is well known for his strength in battle and his powerful and mighty magics. However, he does have a reputation throughout the Hammerfest Hold of being a hothead.
Even by
None even batted an eye nor twirled a mustache when they heard that he had been dismissed. It was only a matter of time.
He is a young man with a flint on his shoulder and something to prove.
Oh, for
Thinks
sure.
something's wrong with the king. He is not wrong, but he needs to temper that fury.
Would it be
I would say... Oh.
Okay.
Welcome.
I'm so sorry, Ark. We're like completely out of sync and in sync.
You are totally fine.
No,
you
go ahead.
No,
Okay.
please.
He would say, well, if you're already sullied your reputation with Umegs, you may as well accept the aid of this one. His spells and knowledge might come in handy. That's what I say.
Would it be... Okay, so you are able to get us an audience with the king's son. Is it much more difficult to get an audience with the king himself? Or is he not seeing anyone from the outside?
Well, he hasn't seen anyone from the outside, as far as I know, but I could try.
It might help that we have about 12,000 gold for him as a peace offering.
Well, yes, that would definitely help. What is the manner of this gold, then?
Brindle was trying to reach out to the dwarves to seek their aid, and the caravan was carrying this gold. We wanted to ensure that it would make it here, and, well, we ran across Red Hand troops trying to secure it for themselves. We even fought one of their generals, a Vithriax.
Mighty Red Dragon.
Coward.
It's how we lost our dear friend Thanlin. Much was sacrificed to bring this here.
He says, I'll take that information, and I'll present it to the King's Council as tribute and reparations for past injustices have been sent from Brindle, representing all of Elsir Vale, and that you escorted the gold here, protecting it from harm against the Red Hand's intrusions, and that you have been instructed by Lord Jarmath of Brindle to present it personally, that they understand the purpose of the money and the intent behind it.
And we what? I mean, already heard how his mind is warped. We use this meeting to tell him about the mind benders, because he doesn't seem keen on a war outside, and I doubt this money is going to make that difference now.
But the Red Hand is now resurrected, or at the very least, plans to bring this enemy back into the fold. We are in agreement, and we have a way of reaching him now.
Maybe that...
Perhaps not all of your people have forgotten these mindbenders. Stories brought down by ancestors. It will also work if a rebellion is needed.
Maybe that will spur the king into action to take against this old foe of theirs, if they're partnering with the Red Hand.
And what if it's the opposite reaction? What if, by telling him about the mind benders, he might as well kill us? Keep the secret locked down and locked away.
Then we make it as public as possible.
Then you invite your enemies from all sides to take you down.
If we die, that is not an issue. If we get the dwarven holds on our side, in exchange for our lives, that is worth more. I'm willing to die to dethrone a despoiled king.
I'm willing to live to see a dethroned king.
Then, stand behind me.
So
Make sure
Caden says, he says,
I see and I hear the resolve in your voice and in your meaning, and I'll make sure this appointment can happen. But the king is never without his council these days, and is well defended. As Aragorn says, if he decides to close a trap about you, as it were, to kill you lest your words reach the people, then he may. But perhaps your words can reach him, or perhaps they'll push him to violence and you defend yourselves. But all of this will throw our people into disarray. I ask that you do meet with Osric first, before meeting with the king, that you might have his view on all of this, that he might know of such things that are unraveling in a kingdom he is set to inherit, whether he wants to or not.
And possibly gain his support as well.
That is agreeable. I do not think we spread the word. I don't think fear-mongering will get us anywhere until it's needed. But
Did we... Sorry, you continue.
We do have Umeg. As much as you may not like him, Brightcoin, he might be a fallback. If we die in those council chambers, we can sow the seeds needed. Perhaps it'll be our only ticket out if his mind is too far gone to hear our words.
I think it might be advantageous for us to perhaps start spreading word about the gold that we carry and the potential that we are looking for to achieve with it. That will hopefully draw out the war singers that we had planned to deal with.
I think the populace already knew about the wagon itself, but attaching our names to it could be useful.
See. Didn't they see us walk in with the gold? I mean,
they saw us walking with a wagon.
Yeah. They saw us leave with a big wagon and come back with a big wagon, and they know the gold's about. People could draw conclusions, but if we start telling everyone like we brought this gold from Brindle to unite the Vale together, that's gonna change the stats. Also, it's about the public knowledge that we're here, what our goal is, and that the king will refuse it. That's we want people to be a little bit outraged potentially if he said no.
And if he does threaten to kill us, OOC, we can set up the failsafe that if he doesn't let us go, we have a bunch of people around the holds tell about the mind bender situation and all that. He has to risk losing his kingdom to disarray and all this info getting out when letting us go. Could be what's needed if we fuck up.
Yeah.
Once again, if his mind is not entirely there, is there really a point to that? He might as well still follow through with it nonetheless.
His counsel might stop him.
All right, so OOC, you've got potential to go to this Tomb of the Hero of Rest. You have the potential to meet with Osric Hammerfast, heir to the kingdom. And you have the potential to meet with King Othric Hammerfast, but of course that would be on his time sort of thing, unlikely to happen this evening sort of thing. It would be more likely sometime tomorrow at the earliest. With all of that information and the recent new lore drops that have come up, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break because we're at middle of the play session.
Perfect.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Yep, I agree with Ragear.
I mean, if we're dealing with if we're dealing with mind flayers, then there's a chance he could have already be compromised, and it'd be entirely pointless.
Yep, that's what.
Honestly, there's no real point in trying to convince him otherwise.
So
I
that's.
think-
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
That's
continue.
me.
You're about to say what I was about to say, I think.
That's me as a player.
That's what Ragear was saying. Like whenever we go in there, we're either going to convince him, not convince him because he's already too far gone, or we're going to kill him because he's too far gone. And maybe these tattoos will give us a way to free him from it. At the very least, I could try to do what I've done to the Ghost Lord, try to do what I did to Gomek, and undo whatever charm. But if it is these mindbenders, I doubt that it would be so easy as it has been with them. And so our only chances are to get Osric on our side, and then the council as well, since he's always surrounded by them. And if they've been pushed too far and we have enough fail-safes that no matter what happens to us, the kingdom will go into a spiral, then that might be enough.
Yeah.
The consequences from this is what I'm trying to figure out in my head, because I mean this is probably what the red-handed also wants. It's just this whole chaos, the brew, and then dwarves just don't get involved because they're dealing with their own shit. We have to figure out some way to like point them.
A part of me, well, a large part of me wants to head down to the tomb and just...
Because we're going to fight illithids down there, and that will give us the proof that we need.
Well, that, and we can use whatever's down there to prepare ourselves should we fight them afterwards.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. The tattoos, which are what we're going to get down there, are our priority because we might be able to even free the king from his stuff, because those tattoos were designed to protect the mind.
It's a good idea. It's going to be a tough sell to be like, hey, can we tattoo you? Like, we have this idea. But it's a good start. It at least gives us some basis to like go off of. And
my thought is there might be a potential for us to, and this is me being entirely devil's advocate and going against what Ragear would do entirely, but if the entire party wants to pair with Regirix can shape other people's bodies, and Regirix might be able to put the tattoos on with a touch.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, maybe.
Instead of us having to do it over time and then kill two birds with one stone. However, if they were doing that, we would have Regirix no longer be at the Red Hand side. So something would have to be done that is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter which way we look at it, we have to view Regirix as an ally of convenience and circumstance at the moment until we get the information we need from her, which is revealing Dirt's sister's location. Like, we can't really treat her hostilely until then.
Well, she's a wild card.
I mean, it's the same
She's
thing.
a wild
It's
card.
the same thing as a Ghost Lord. Like,
yeah,
we had to make a negotiation with him that he would not get involved any further, because I mean, he could quite easily just, come through and just start resurrecting bodies and be like, oh, now it's undead Elsir Vale.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if she'd be willing to swear a new oath or, accept other reciprocities in exchange for what she has promised to the Red Hand. Again, I don't want to ally with her. I'm not pushing for that, but
the one thing in those negotiations is that we have to offer that person something that is better than what they're currently getting now, which we definitely don't have the same type of resources that the Red Hand does. So we have to figure something.
We have Jert.
That's true. We have Jert. Now's the thing is, can we convince Jert to do this? Or at least for a little while.
Who has calm emotions?
I have Smolder. And intimidation.
I have persuasion and deception.
That is not a druid spell, unfortunately.
I wish you luck, my friend, who will now be making the persuasion checks.
Oh.
I'll keep to the intimidation side, because I was kind of stretching sometimes whenever I was getting Radrier to do persuasions. I'm sure that you're a higher check. I'm +8.
+9.
Yeah, we're around the same. Got it.
But he's stubborn, he's rude, he's crass.
Who
Come
are you
on, man.
describing? Who are you describing? Is it you describing Radriar or Jert or?
Radriar is
Aragorn.
And what's the word? What do you call topaz dragons? Oh, nihilistic, myopic, and overall downers to have around.
Jesus Christ, no wonder I was feeling that the whole time.
Correct. I am doing the roleplay of Topaz Dragonborn. They're so funny to me.
Well, as you can tell, he's rude, crass, and a bit hot-headed. Hence why he talked to Jert about the whole temper that shit. Yes, he's a bit of a hypocrite, but so is everyone else.
But,
I'm back.
Yeah, Regerix is going to be a wild card.
Also, OOC, if we do get into a fight at any point, I don't really have any damaging spells, so...
Boo!
I'm sorry, what?
Boo!
Cool.
Alright,
Boo the
guys,
sorcerer!
we need a secondary hero huddle. Guys, we gotta ditch this guy.
Alright. No, I'm kidding. That's fine. We got enough damage in the party for a buffer for sure.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, totally.
It was me!
I'm just busting your balls, Carson. I love playing with you.
Yeah. I mean, you might think that Rager is the least candidate to take that flying spell, but that's double the flying speed that I can get, so I'd appreciate it.
Don't cast fly on me.
What you got, Haranzo?
What do I have?
Yeah, what you eating?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it audible?
It is,
Barely.
but I'm curious.
You got their attention now.
Oh man, now I'm embarrassed.
I'm good at that.
I'm
what do you got?
always curious about what people have time to make in these short periods of time. I just ran for a banana.
Well, you know, American hero. Just ramen.
The most American thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm curious though. Did you make it in the microwave?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'd be very impressed if you managed to do it on the stove in this time.
No, I just threw it in the microwave, and then I switched out laundry. So game stuff though, right? Because let's get off this topic.
We're
just so curious about Australian
I don't
life.
think there's no way we're ever gonna kill this fucking undead elf before we make the king, whatever, right? But I don't know. I'm kind of on the questioning of is it worth going to the tomb first too? Maybe.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I kind of heard you guys talking about that. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, maybe. There's some merit to that. I agree.
The staff was powerful.
I mean, the question.
Orion got that bow. Sorry.
No, you're good. The question
is
how long would it take for us to get these meetings set up? Because it could take a day or so for these people to actually want to meet with us. So we may as well do something with our time.
That's what I was thinking too, is give Osric time by us going to the tomb. Let's be real here. We're
dealing with
probably
politics
handle
now.
Yeah,
Right.
we're gonna be able to handle what's down there, giving politics time and letting our B team sort things out while we're down there kicking asses. It's no problem. I will say Regiard is kind of designed, and it absolutely wasn't intentional, to be a counter to most of the things we've come across, because I've got anti-charm and anti-control magic. So I'm a little less worried, knowing that there's mindbenders and even if they were related in this tomb. Just stay close to me, please, for the love of God, for whenever you need to make those saves.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
I'm real
Aragorn
afraid
is
of those saves.
Yes.
Aragorn is jumping on your back.
Just stay fucking close.
Aragorn backpack.
I have no doubt. I mean, staying close to me also means that we can all embrace each other when we get AoE.
Yep.
Yep. With a smile on our face.
Also, before we head down to the tomb, can we go buy me some armor, please? Just real quick.
You're a sorcerer.
I already made you some.
I'm also a dwarf.
You didn't come pre-packaged with that shit?
No!
I saw your obvious deficiencies when we met you on the road. I started making you some.
You had high magic setting starting equipment for a character of your level, which is one uncommon magical item and a small amount of money.
You got way more than I did.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
I got robbed for my character creation. Literally, no tomb was stolen.
I think you came back with a fate point, did you not?
No.
Oh.
Not you, Radriar.
Oh, I mean, that's because I didn't use my fate point at all.
Yeah, you transferred it from Guy, if I recall.
Right. Still a valuable boon to come into it.
Yeah, you got something worth more than that. Good for you.
Alright, so Garspone, you wanted half plate. Do you know where the armor abilities are in Valdes, or do you need me to send them to you?
I think you need to send it to me.
I will send you the armor abilities. You may pick 3 of them. You may not pick ones that have the exotic tag on them.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Okay. Stand by.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to get this away. I had this realization. Crash, we might be doing something wrong. Or at the very least, you might have been giving me way more power than I should. For my Revenant's thing, I detect as an undead for spells. Cure Wounds and Healing Word does not work on undead.
Oh, you are correct. You are correct.
How do we fix you?
No, you cannot. You want to give me my organs back?
It definitely makes sense in so much as there are a lot of strong abilities associated with that heritage. So I could see that kind of coming into play.
I just wanted to say it's totally my bad, and going forward, I will not take any healing words or cure wounds. I don't know if I got many, but I assume I've been
quite a number of them from
healing
during that fight.
words. Yeah. So my bad.
You also have lay on hands though, so that's honestly.
Yeah, but I don't want to use my action to heal myself. That's boring.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe we can just hand wave it and say that I was patching you up with spore skin and
stuff. Yeah, because you're an undead druid.
What has happened has happened. The easiest way to explain it away is that as you are coming more and more into your power, right? Because why would this ancient hero that was so strong he was able to beat up everybody not be that strong anymore? And it's the classic well, they got to get their powers back kind of thing. So coming out of retirement, regaining that strength, and as you become more and more attuned with those abilities, those associated weaknesses, as it were, would kind of come into play also. But where does it say that Cure Wounds doesn't affect? This spell has no effect on undead or constructs. Damn. Yeah. What a weird design choice when they took away the whole positive damage, negative damage, healing, not healing undead. But then they still kind of did by saying that you couldn't use curative magic on undead. It was kind of weird.
I honestly just saw it the other day because I was like, it works on those new Spelljammer, but I remembered that's because they get a feature that lets them take it, right?
Right, yeah.
Actually, you know what? Aura of Vitality does not have that line in there. just as healing energy radiates from you in an aura 30-foot radius.
Yeah, I
ends.
think it's really just that first draft spells, like the core healing spells. They were probably still in that 3rd edition mindset of like positive energy, negative energy, and then they were like, well, obviously you can't heal an undead with this, and then they were like, later on they're like, who fucking cares? And then they just like, other healing abilities were like, you just get healed, don't think about it. So yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you essentially auditing yourself. That will definitely make things more challenging moving forward. So, okay. We're all back from break, and you guys have all kind of discussed your next move. So, what is the next move?
It sounded like we're unsure of how long it will take to get these meetings set up. So in the meantime, we're probably going to investigate the tomb. Not on behalf of Regerix, but more for our own sake.
Like, he thinks that he could get you a meeting with the prince, probably as early as tomorrow, during the day, and that he could get you a meeting with the king. He can't actually guarantee when he can get you the meeting with the king. He has to try. But if he points out that you have this gold and you're gonna like be essentially giving a formal public apology and all that, it might be hard for the king to turn that down. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely this guy is a merchant lord, so he's pretty good at manipulation. So he's probably gonna spin it to be like, oh yeah, representatives of all the non-dwarven races, they pooled their meager funds to try and make up for their shitty behavior for all the centuries of being shitty, and they're here and it's gonna happen, and they're gonna be like bending over backwards trying to kiss your butt, blah blah blah. And I mean, it's just really gonna make it as enticing as possible for the king, so that the king is like, all right, we'll meet with them, we'll see them, kind of thing.
No, there was talking about cutting off your head, right?
Well, yeah, he's gonna leave that part out. That yeah, he's gonna leave that part out. Yeah. So yeah, who knows? You could probably have both meetings back to back tomorrow, but more likely, yeah. I mean, he could probably get it done within 24 hours.
And do we know how long it would take to get to the tomb?
So the tomb is actually rather close to the settlement, because there was a lot of politics and racism and things like that, and so they didn't want to bury her in the Hall of Heroes, but they also didn't want to be so disrespectful as to just bury her randomly in the Underdark. So it is essentially just outside of town.
I was gonna say, I think it's awesome that the Red Hand is just using dwarven xenophobic tendencies against themselves.
Yeah.
But wild that's a problem. But I think if we can hit that tonight, and then come back into the settlement, that's definitely the play. Do we think that's possible with Mr. Bandon's?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. This is literally one of those, the dungeon is right outside of town kind of thing. Like if you know where to look, like it's there.
A Zelda dungeon.
Sort of yeah, and it sounds like I mean we're getting exact location from Brightcoin, so we don't have to go searching for stuff.
Perfect.
All right. And also with these dwarves being so xenophobic and the elves kind of living, apart in the woods and all that, the Elsir Vale is still very much in the third age of magic culturally. So they're still very divided and divisive along cultural and racial identities and things like that. This is definitely not the cosmopolitan Sword Coast of 5th edition. So they're.
No, I like the flavor. I like it.
Yeah, they're stuck. They're stuck. They got grudge books and all that kind of stuff. Like old timey dwarves. Yep.
Literally about to enrage your ass because they like. If there's one thing I know dwarves do, it's grudge.
Yep.
Oh, you don't have any. You have no idea.
The grudge book is like the family Bible. It's a very important part of the household.
It sits right next to the Book of Morden.
Okay. if that is the case, so you want to go to that tonight, like right after dinner, dungeon time. All right.
Right now.
All right. So you guys, he gives you instructions, and you head to the outskirts of the city, and essentially to make what you're doing okay, he will accompany you, Caden Brightcoin, because he is an established merchant lord that could have been a higher caste if he had wanted to, and he has a lot of respect from all of the cast because he kind of chose to live his own life, not take advantage of his relationship with the king to essentially use nepotism for personal gain. And with him with you, there is less like, where do you think you're going? You know, visitors to the city stay in the visitors' quarter, kind of thing. So when you do get stopped by patrols, he just informs them that these are his guests, and he is just giving them a tour of the city.
Perfect.
So there is a gate that leads into the deep roads, and the deep roads is also where they would access their different mining sites, and then in those same deep roads connect to the underdark parts of the other dwarven holds, and there is even a passage to the southern kingdoms as well. And so right at the entrance to the city, right at the gate to the city, there is sort of a park, as it were, and it is essentially a crystal garden that is sort of an art installation slash place of rest and meditation. And amongst this garden, there is a very large and beautiful statue of the Goliath champion. And you see her in all her glory. Lamia Hideshot Thulukate is standing with her hands open to either side, and then there is like little permanent, like continual flames burning in each of her outstretched hands that kind of glow with colored magical light, similar to the soft glow of the nearby crystals. And it's a very beautiful and serene like scene. And he says that well, it's said that she's buried. Her tomb is beneath this statue.
Man, this is the time when we'd have Thanlin push the statue out of the way.
Allow me.
You push ahead, coughing, and try to. Is it? It's
all right.
It's not very good.
Given the size of the statue, it would be a tremendous, like, Herculean feat of strength to slide it aside. As you kind of look at it before possibly breaking your mummified bones in the effort, it occurs to you that there may be some sort of magic or artifice involved in getting the statue to move.
He looks towards Aragorn.
Okay.
Use your magic. Magic it open.
Would I know how to do that, Crash?
I mean, you could do you have detect magic?
No, I'm a sorcerer. I ain't picking that.
Interesting.
As a fear ball.
You're like, I have no combat spells, so I'm like, oh, well, then he definitely has detect magic.
Utility
It's an
spells.
incredibly useful utility spell. Yeah, okay.
Look, I'm not a wizard, okay? I'm not a wizard. We've been over this.
Rafina is not a wizard.
Rafina has innate detect magic as fear ball and will cast detect magic.
Okay. So as you cast detect magic, you see that the plinth that the statue is built on, as well as the statue itself, is infused with abjuration magic and alteration magic. There we go. And so abjuration and alteration, and like you see that dwarven words appear in the the runes of the giant language and the dwarven language that share an alphabet. And as you are reading them, they say, present elements at war.
Ray will confer that to the group, especially Brightcoin, to see if he has any idea what that means.
And he says, well, she's a sorceress, so I would think it would be magic. And he nods his head like, good job, Caden. Good job.
Wait, can you repeat what it says?
Yeah, it says, present elements at war.
You know what magic she was proficient with, trained with, known for?
Well, the history says she was a stone sorceress.
So Earth.
Aragorn, do your singing.
What would be the opposite of Earth? What oppose
Water?
it?
Air?
I don't have access to that.
Yeah.
Raise up something earthen. Come on, hurry up.
Aragorn, it's very, yeah, you're being typecast real hard. Like,
hard to perform under these.
Stone
You said you don't have something with air. I can contribute to that side if you can contribute to something earthen. Or I can just do this. And she pulls up a produce flame in one hand and a frostbite in the other and starts just smashing them together.
Okay. So as you do, you see the left eye and the right eye of the statue begin to glow with the separate colors. But as I guess you yourself wouldn't be able to present to have both spell effects at the exact same time. So yeah, as you are creating them, the lights wink on and off.
All right, Layla, you maintain the frost, and then Barnabas will produce flame, and like they will try to put their hands together in front of the statue.
Okay. All right. So as one of you produces, Layla produces frost, and you present fire, and are essentially casting those spells at each other or into each other.
Into each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
The eyes turn from like a blue and a red to purple, and continue to glow as you continue to smash these two elements together. You see the two flames that were glowing purple in her hands wink out, but nothing seems to happen.
Ranger will try to push it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Ooh, athletics. You're being very generous. Thank you.
So to push the
90.
statue? Yeah. So as you are pushing against the statue, nothing is happening. Nothing is moving. It seems solid. How
We
long
need
do you
more
guys
elements.
maintain the spells?
A minute.
Okay.
But can we get some air in this? Can anyone produce air or water?
So as you guys are like, stopping casting to ask questions and think, the highlights turn back to red and blue, they go out, and then the purple flames appear in the hands again.
Yes, we probably need more elements.
Um,
I can cover air. Or acid.
I can cover lightning.
Oh, I was gonna say the same thing.
No, you can have lightning. I'll keep fire.
Wait. I can do lightning, but that's a really big spell for me. So.
I can do lightning with a pretty minimal spell.
All right, I can do fire.
Okay.
Then
I will
I'll
relinquish
continue
this
with
duty
frost.
reluctantly.
All right. So the frost, anyone who's trained in Arcana, you would get the sense that would represent the element of water. And then generally, earth is associated frequently with thunder, with acid, or just blunt drama or, you know, the actual summoning or manipulating of Earth.
And I just switched out Erupting Earth for something else.
Do you have Frostbite, Rafina?
I don't.
Okay.
I have
Okay, how about this?
misnamed spell called Chill Touch.
Okay, how about this? I have both Fireball and Ray of Frost. I have Ray of Frost. Barnabas can have whatever fire-related ability he has.
Sure. Who has lightning? Oh, this is kind of a reach, but I do have a scroll of lightning bolt still.
Okay.
So someone could cast that if that would help.
Now they could cast it if it's from their spell, an accessible spell list. Yep.
I have no idea who can cast lightning bolt.
I can.
I can produce puffs of wind that might cover us on that end.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But you are also doing
ice, or
said
yeah,
I have most
know.
of the elements covered. Just tell me which one you need.
Okay, I have Ray of Frost.
I can do 2 elements. So with Chromatic Bullet, I can choose the additional damage dice as 1, but I can switch the gun's damage to be its own damage type. So I could do fire and I could do lightning.
Okay.
If we're missing one, I could conjure an elemental of that type.
There you go.
That's what I was thinking as well. That's the only
summon
way.
You summon an earth elemental and all 3 of you attack it. Oh man.
That's the only thing I could think of.
I mean, that might work.
It's the best plan so far.
Well, I can cover 2 elements, summon an earth or summon an elemental, depending on whatever type it is, and then I can also use Fire Shield, and that can cover another one. And those aren't, only one of them is concentration, so I can have both of those up.
I think I can actually cover 3 elements because I have a fire rune in my gun. I don't know if that counts, but then I could change the other 2 to acid and lightning, and then we just need air or thunder. Is lightning and thunder like distinctly different? I guess so.
Lightning would be with air, wouldn't it?
Yeah, lightning is definitely associated with air.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I have acidic claws for earth.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds like we can do it without the elemental. Acidic claws, no bullets, and a little.
Yeah, but then who am I shooting? It's. Unless it's the statue, we could shoot the statue. I just don't know it's gonna go.
Don't you dare!
Mm.
Don't you dare!
I has an idea. Wait, you need something to shoot?
Okay.
Hold on. I need to read in that item. Quick.
Okay.
Well, if you can't find anything, I could always conjure good old Timothy the Raven.
Oh my god. This is gonna be so fucked up. I think that's a better idea than what I was thinking. And Dred slides a seed back into his pocket.
All right, so you're gonna ritual cast a familiar, and then.
I'll use a wild shape to.
Okay.
to bring forth a pious raven from the depths of many miles away.
Well, before that happens, with detect magic up and I guess an Arcana check, can I have some sort of understanding of how these need to be applied to the statue?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
May I assist?
Yeah, you guys can put your coconuts together, to assist.
Okay, this would be an advantage.
Alright. So working together, you guys feel that you are on the right track, and this simply needs to be witnessed by the statue.
Okay. Sorry, Timothy the Raven.
Alright, so Timothy the Raven arrives, and he says, "Milady," and tips a imaginary fedora, and says, "I heard your call, and I came at once. What do you need of me?"
Do we just shoot him now?
We need your help unlocking this ancient vault, Timothy. I'm sorry, but we need a sacrifice.
And he says,
a sacrifice of my essence? Will I cease to exist?
No, you'll just go back to your plane.
Ah, well, knowing it's coming is a lot better than you sending me out to scout and not knowing when it's coming.
And he closes his eyes, and he tucks his head between his wigs, and he puts his ass up in the air, and he just waits for it.
This is so fucked up.
Yeah, I love it.
Are we bad people for doing
Yes.
this?
Slowly approach Timothy.
You're asking
with
this
dripping
now?
acidic claws.
This is not the thing that made Barnabas a bad person.
Okay. And then I am assuming we have what's coming from Chromatic Bullet?
Fire and lightning.
Okay. And then
I'm doing Ray of Frost.
you're doing Ray Frost, and Layla, you're slashing him with your acidic claws?
Yes.
Okay. As all 4 of these hit within the same combat round, you see that the eyes flare with a purple light, and the 2 flames get like bonfire bright for a moment, and then all the light goes out, and then you hear a rumbling, and then slowly the statue and its plinth begin to slide away. And then you hear, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do sound of a staircase leading down into darkness.
All right, well done.
Okay. So who's on your B team for this exploration?
Well, clearly this
I
is
would I would always love Jared and Minette because temp HP, beautiful.
Good, it is good.
Okay.
I want to say Ume because the reroll will be so powerful, and honestly, we might as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bronson having Bless within a 30-foot radius is a pretty powerful boon. How long does that last? I'm going to it.
I think it's like a
Minute?
minute.
Yeah, for 1 minute. It's tough between him and Umegs. But I feel like we get more from Bronson than Umeg.
Wait, does Gerard and Manette take up 1 slot?
Yes, they're a single
Oh,
character.
Then we
I
have
would
1 more then.
I would like one of my craftspeople. I think I would favor Gina.
Because if they aren't aren't slotted for this, then you won't benefit from them for today's crafting, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do need at least 1 assistant to achieve what I'm trying to do for the king.
So,
Okay. I mean, this is pretty dwarf culture centric, so maybe Jocelyn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
so
I just want the bombs.
for the
No, that's fine,
morning,
Jocelyn.
we would have already
Yeah.
gotten Minette and Gerard's ability, right? So if we take them off,
Uh-huh.
then we don't need to have them for right now because we already got the
Well,
sack
that seems a bit exploitative.
Yeah.
Like, if you gain their benefit at any point during the day, I feel like they would be slotted for the day. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm fine with this selection.
We only have 4
Okay.
so far. We still got 1 more.
Oh, didn't you say Gina? Oh wait, no, Sasha.
I know.
is-
Okay.
No, I have Jocelyn. Yeah, take Sasha.
Okay. All right. Let me get you guys onto the map.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, normally you can only switch out B team members like after a long rest or something, right?
Right. Technically, you should be slotting them during a long rest.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to benefit from Gerard and Minette, that would mean they were already on the team.
Yeah.
So yeah. Otherwise, you would just slot your crafting people back in to get the crafting benefits at the end of the day. So yeah. All right. And would Brightcoin go with you? Probably not. He would probably stay up top and say, "Oh, nothing to see here. This historic statue is just out of place. There's a big staircase there."
Oh my god, Barnabas.
Nice.
Ugh.
Barnabas ate everything, including the paper bag. He ate all of it. There was
Went
no
full
holding.
went full halfling on that sack lunch.
Yep.
It doesn't show up often, but sometimes little peeks out.
Wait,
Oh.
I'm gonna cast Aid at 2nd level.
Alright.
So I'm gonna cast it on Rajiar, Jert, and Layla. So you guys get an extra 5 to your maximum and current HP.
Oh.
All right, awesome. Thanks.
All right, onward into the impenetrable darkness.
Alrighty. Let's see.
It takes out the glowing green lantern.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
thank God you have torches.
Can you
Straps it
not
to
see
his
in the
hip.
dark?
No, I can see in the dark. I'm talking about for the rest of everyone else.
He looks at you with his
Yeah.
human eyes.
I grew up in a cave.
Alright, let me
Ooh.
turn on that light for you. It's 2040. Does that sound right? 60,
Hold on.
60
let me look it
30.
up. It's not in my inventory anymore. Hold on, I'm going to look it up.
Oh.
Because this was back during the Halloween thing. You gave it to me, and I had the green
Alright.
light.
Well, I have it set up based on what the settings that were there before, so maybe this is right. Alright. Or did I put it on the wrong person? Hold on. Let's see. Light. Yeah, I have it set up on you. Alright. Okay. So I'll take you guys over to the map. And here we go.
So yeah, I guess as we're traveling down here, Ray will have detect magic up for the full duration, or for as long as she can hold it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As you head down the stone steps, up ahead, you see that the floor beneath your feet, Aragorn, you have stone cunning, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't want to make any assumptions, you know what I'm saying? So, you know that something is wrong down here. There has been a tectonic shift, or essentially the shifting of the earth itself has made the floor here unstable, and you can see where the floor has kind of cracked and broken away. You see a door that is massive, maybe 20 feet across. The double doors seem to be almost hermetically sealed, like so perfect is the craftsmanship and so well fitted to the frame and to each other that appears at first to be almost seamless. There is a bas relief of a beautiful and mighty Goliath sorceress, and she is in a pose very similar to the statue up top, with the doors creating like a perfect seam down the center of her front-facing sculpture. Behind her, on either side, you can see sort of sculpted into the background, rather than like feats of combat and things like that, are scenes of her helping the dwarven people and using her mastery over the element of earth to create and to build and to defend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She should have been in the halls of the Dwarven Kingdom.
I mean, knowing that this is a tomb of a hero, do the doors look like they have any type of enchantments put on them or wards?
Yes. So, are you gonna? I'm assuming your detect magic would still be going.
It lasts for 10 minutes, so I don't know if it's been that
Yeah,
long.
yeah. The door is definitely magical. There seem to be protective runes inscribed upon it. You can attempt a religion or arcana to see if you can recognize them.
I'll point those out to Barnabas to get his assistance in this.
Okay, yeah, the two of you agree that they are glyphs of warding, and they are meant to summon forth elemental guardians.
I can dispel them.
I could dispel one as well simultaneously if you like.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, there are only 2 wards here, but it seems like it would summon essentially 2 different guardians.
Yeah, I will cast a 3rd level Dispel Magic on one of the wards.
Follow suit with the other one.
All right, so I will need caster checks if you're casting it at 3rd level.
I will spend my 1 DM inspiration to get advantage. Same number twice, huh?
All right, so you got a 14, and Layla, you got a 16. All right, so let me see. All right, so Layla, that is a success. Rafina, 14 is not going to be enough.
I will succeed at a cost.
All right, this is an out of combat succeed at a cost.
Yep.
Brave.
Oof. All right. So, as you draw upon the essentially the shadow fell to kind of power up your your kind of spoopy druid powers, you can feel it taking as it is giving, and your maximum HP is reduced by 25%.
And we round up or down?
Always round down.
Okay, so that's going to be minus 16.
But you do see that both sets of runes have been dispelled.
Ow.
Well, then who's moving forward?
Ray will just move over to this corner, a little bit gasping. I think in response of losing that much hit points, they're just gonna put up symbiotic entity right now. And get 36 temp HP.
Well, the door should be safe, so.
All right, Rajar, as you go to kind of push the door open, it does not budge. You look for a place to kind of grab the statuary and kind of pull. It does not budge. It does seem to be locked.
Is there a visible lock?
Go ahead and give me there is not, so give me an investigation. I would also accept a perception.
I'm not on the map.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
shit. So you've been theater minding this whole thing? Oh,
yes.
Barnabas. Okay.
That's fine.
I said it attack.
I have worlds in here.
There you
go. Okay. And you said an investigation?
Yep. Okay. As you scrutinize with your non-eagle, non-eye stalk eyes, you do see that there is a well-concealed, what looks like a keyhole, where her heart would be.
Okay.
So, like on the left, offset from the split in the double doors, and much higher up, higher than it would be comfortable for you to reach.
I point
And
it
honestly,
out.
higher than it would be comfortable for a dwarf to reach.
But not high enough for another Goliath.
Or Fearbolg, they're like the same size.
Layla, you're our lock expert. Do you want to take a look at this?
I suppose I can. Sasha, do you want to help me out with this?
Yeah, I mean, she would for sure want to help you, but you guys, it's kind of high up, so you might need to sit on somebody's like shoulders or something, or steppy stool, or.
Barnabas, do you have anything?
Burn
in your
third level
pockets
flight
for
spell,
this?
Things like that. Just stilts.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I've got something for this. So Barnabas will like reach into his coat, and you'll hear him snap his fingers. He like pulls a step ladder out of his coat, and like smoke trails out behind it. And he just sets it up for them, so it's they can do their work.
Beautiful. All right, so the two of you climb up the ladder, and yeah, Layla, you've picked a lot of locks. This is some heavy duty shit here. It's well concealed. It's built into the thing, but at the end of the day, you're pretty sure it is just a lock.
She'll look back and say, I'll give it a shot, but this thing is worse than those lock boxes we found.
Wait, hold on. Isn't Omega a thief or rogue?
I think he just hits things.
And she will.
He's a rogue, in that he's like in the rogues gallery, like a Batman villain. Not every Batman villain.
Wow.
Not every Batman villain could pick locks. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah. I have several DM inspirations, so. Nope, I did not. Those set up. Why did this?
Well, you wouldn't if you're gonna have her assisting, which I would say that sleight of hand is pretty close to that. But she, so you would have expertise since she's in the party, so you would add another 4 to this attempt. So yeah, you could use a DM inspiration. Then you'd be doing with advantage and a +4.
I just want to check something.
Check bonus +4.
But if you have any other bonuses you want to stack on there, you probably should, because you're going to get like 1 try, and then it's like, this is too hard for me. Or success.
Okay. Before Layla...
Yeah, I got 1 inspiration, so I will use it.
Okay.
Before Layla kind of attempts this, Ray will switch out Detect Magic with a Helping of Guidance to her.
Okay.
Right, so... There's that D4.
Oh,
yeah.
And
with advantage.
Oh. Okay, and another +4 on top of that?
I already set it up to expertise.
Oh, you already set it to expertise. Okay. So that would be a 25. There is no arcane lock on this, boosting it. A 25 would be enough. Just enough. So, with that...
Yeah, I just break like 14 lockpicks in the process. It's me playing Skyrim in real life, just tossing them to the side on the master lock.
As you toss them to the ground, Barnabas picks them up and uses mending on them.
Come on, it's between these two little... Almost got it. Just hold on. Be patient. She gets very irritated doing it, but eventually it clicks. And then she, like, jumps and lands off the stool. Hey, it was possible. I've gotten better at that.
You will hear a small clapping sound from Eridor.
Radriar, as you open the door, there is a patches of shadowy darkness, but there's also off in the distance the glow of sort of bioluminescent light coming from different crystal formations. Massive pillars of stone run floor to ceiling, and you imagine that at one time this great and beautiful mausoleum or hall was a sort of a tribute to both the natural stone of the earth, but also the dwarves' fine craftsmanship as well. However, with whatever has been transpiring in the shifting and the moving of the earth, the floor is uneven, and the pillars show many structural cracks. The ceiling in this room is about 50 feet high.
Rajar would take a look around, for a moment admiring beauty, even though it is destroyed, before he would push on. As he turns around, he would look towards who has the light. Which I believe is Jert, correct? Okay. And he would just kind of gesture for you to follow him close, as it is dark in here.
Time quarters no beauty. There might be monsters that have leaked in. Stay close.
The craftsmanship on these doors. Oh, they're amazing.
Oh, see, lore question. In comparison, how is this tomb compared to Razor's?
Not nearly as Egyptian.
Fair.
Cool. I feel like Rajar's is bigger? I don't know. I never really went around to designing it, so that'd be a question for you, Crash, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I mean, culturally, it would really just depend on, like, what your people would value. It's established that dwarves, in their architecture, they like to build obscenely large structures, even though they are relatively small people. Whereas,
as they say, the bigger the better.
Your people may have been more practical and focused more on like details and wealthy embellishments more so than sheer size.
The problem is that since he's the last of his people, he would have been definitely interned by his allies of war. And the embellishments of war and what they claimed from the Red Hand, like trophies. So I imagine maybe perhaps it is smaller, but it is like a mausoleum of the Red Hand's failures against them.
Yeah, almost like an armory / war museum sort of thing. Yeah. As you bring the light in, you see that the floor of the room has fallen away into darkness.
Well, shit.
So there's like a bottomless chasm out in front of us?
I mean, it appears bottomless. Yeah.
I would take a ball bearing out of one of my pouches and cast magical tinkering on it to make it emit light, and then I would drop it over the edge of the chasm.
All right. As it does, I guess where would you have dropped it?
Full of a toque.
Here.
Right here. All right. What's the? And this is the how much light is on it?
Very little. It's like 5 feet bright, 10 feet dim.
So it hits some outcropping stone. It does a little bounce, and then you see eventually the darkness kind of swallows it up, and you don't hear it land, but you do hear sort of a almost like alien kind of scream, sort of come from deeper down, as if the light that you threw down there caused some sort of agitation of the creatures that are down there, and they kind of begin to head up to investigate what has happened.
Guys, I made mistakes.
Ragear turns around.
Ragear.
Yeah. Immediately, like, would look towards you, dropping a light into the darkness.
And we'll go ahead and pause there to get everybody into initiative. So let me grab these B teamers. They're going to be back here fighting their own battles, as it were.
We have a good place to stand on.
All right, we'll add this in.
The cracked floor.
Sorry, Jared. What was that?
I was just saying. I was thinking. So I kicked Ragear out over the edge.
Oh,
no.
yeah. I can fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll go with this one.
Oh, you guys are far away from. God damn it.
You know, man, there was this wall to the south. I was gonna suggest we just climb over it.
Go around that.
Yes, and now we get to fight some cool dark being.
Speedy mummy, Grandpa. Rolls high on initiative once again.
Let's see. Alright.
I rolled high for the first time.
Alright. So let's see. The highest issue from the goodies is a 15. That means the monsters have won the initiative. So you cannot steal against the person that won, but if they start passing and you want to steal, you certainly can. Alright, so that would be wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Alright, with a tremendous alacrity, you see to the south, emerging from the shadows, lit by the dim glow of this crystal formation, is some sort of crystalline insect.
Oh, shit.
And it would use all of its movement to reach the ledge here, and then it would... Let's see... Oh, alright. Let's see. Seeing an unattended child, it would go ahead and fire a sort of glistening, almost crystalline web towards you. This is going to be a disadvantage, I believe, for range. Let me double check. Oh yeah, when I mouse over, I can generally just see how far away you are. All right. So that actually is not at disadvantage because it is within range. All right. Here we go.
Oh no.
Oh, well, it's no damage, but
okay.
All right. Let's see. You are restrained by the webbing, and then as an action, you can try to break free, escaping from the webbing. It also ends if the webbing is destroyed. Why is this just telling all its business? While webbed this way, you are slowed.
Okay.
All right. And then it will use its bonus action to reel you in, pulling you 50 feet closer to it. All right. So 45, 50. There we go.
Oh,
I deserve this.
All right. So here is restrained and slowed.
I would like to steal then to the next turn.
You did not take any damage, but you can spend a point to do so. Yeah.
I generally have DM inspiration hanging around because of recaps.
Because recaps, yeah. All right. So Barnabas, you steal.
And I will burn my last DM inspiration, and I'm going to do what I do and Misty Step away because a bonus action spell can be cast while you're slow, correct?
I think you could do that. Let's see. Slow.
I'm pretty sure it's an action spell has the roll. I'm not sure though.
You alter time around you. The affected creature speed is halved. It can't use reactions on its turn. It can use an action or a bonus action, not both. If you cast a spell that is one action, yeah. So this would not be impacted by the slowness. Yep.
Very good. Very good.
All right.
Yep. Don't like that. Experiencing the immediate repercussions of my foolish actions, I will use one of my free Misty Steps. Let me see if I can use the effect.
Okay.
And then clicking
So as
here.
you
I'm just
misty
gonna
step
myself.
away, you would get your speed back to normal and be able to use your movements
Yep.
unhindered, but you would have still lost the action though.
That's a bummer. Okay,
Because
that's
you would have started with the slow status essentially.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so I still have 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
And I'll move up here to my allies and point at the scary spider and say, guys, I made mistakes. I'm sorry. We gotta kill the spider now. And I'm gonna bolster Jert, who usually helps me solve the problems I get into.
Okay. All right, Jert, you which action are you gonna use to? What would you use the bolster?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I don't have it because I moved. I used the
Yeah,
bonus
yeah,
action.
yeah.
I don't have a bolster action.
Okay.
But I am gonna pass to Jert.
All right, Jert, you're up.
All right. We're gonna. All right, we're just gonna move first. Bonus action. We are going to rage. Hold on. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do that yet. I need to be closer. Yeah. So instead, I'm just gonna take out my axe and my short sword, and I'm going to make 3 attacks.
All right, go for it.
18, 18, and 11.
All right, 18 does not seem to be high enough.
Woof. It's got a hard outer carapace. That makes sense. It's made of rock and diamonds and shit. As they bounce off of its outer shell, he catches them and grimaces to himself. I guess we will... Because I should have done this first, I will now use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark. And that's it.
Right. Let's see. It is Hunter's Marked. Let's see. There we go. All right. Who are you gonna pass to?
I can take it.
All right, I'll take it. I'll pass it to Rafina.
All right, Rafina, to you.
All right. Would you guys mind if I use Bronson's ability? Start having. That's not like a concentration thing that she has to have up, right?
What? What now?
Bronson's B team ability.
Oh, Bronson's ability does not take concentration, but it does go away if you are unconscious.
Okay.
Yep.
It'll take quite a bit to make.
And this is not a normal bless, so it would be if they move within, if they're within 30 feet.
Yeah,
of you,
so
it's
an aura. Yeah, it's an aura of 30
Yeah.
feet, which is good. So I mean, Rafina is just gonna move like a little bit closer to be within like the middle of everyone, and it's gonna turn on. Bonus action is gonna do it.
Okay.
Turn that aura on, and then action, she's going to cast Fire Shield on herself.
Okay.
We're gonna do this for resistance to cold damage, fire, retribution.
So that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So anyone who is within her range is going to get that bless. And then we'll pass it to... Should we have more of these things kind of come out so we can see what they're doing, or...
I don't want to say yeah.
I mean, I can weaken it and get set up, but...
Alright, I'll pass the Rajar.
Alright, sounds good. Rajar will sigh, and he's gonna take his massive great spear. He's gonna use Bloodbane for this battle, and he's gonna look over the ledge, and while he's looking over the ledge, he's gonna skewer himself into the chest, and he will vomit forth what little organs he has, and become undead. And while he turns undead and looks over the side, he cannot fly just yet, so he doesn't want to do that. His wings are still rough. So he's going to turn to the right and let out a beam across this thing's body and hope that it will expose itself in terror.
Okay.
Solid 10?
10 does not hit. And if it does, it just seems to be tanked by the creature's crystalline form.
How about a 24?
A 24 is enough.
Excellent. 7 force damage, and he's made a wisdom saving throw.
Alright.
Unless it is immune to fear.
It is immune to the frightened condition, which makes you think that this is not an actual beast. This might be something else.
Excellent. Good to know. I'll take my temp HP for turning into a monster. And begin striding towards it, walking along the cliff's edge to distract anything that might go for the party.
Alright.
And, call the turn.
Okay. You can pass to Aragorn, Layla, or the unknown entities in the dock.
Mysterious figures in the darkness. It let out a draconic roar to them.
Oh, okay. So just any old one will do?
Any old one will do. Dealer's choice, DM. Have fun.
Alright, so, as you do, you see coming up, sort of hidden from view by this lip, but then suddenly emerging from around the lip of the stone, you see another one of these creatures clinging to the wall and barreling up towards you. Alright, as it closes for melee with you, it is going to use its multi-attack, and it raises its 2 hind legs in what looks like a very painful gesture, and brings them down almost like scorpion tails, bludgeoning you with the crystalline legs, or trying to. And then, let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. One. That is only a 14, and a 2 is only, the second one is only a 15. So both of them are gonna miss as it clumsily brings its legs down, almost like on either side of you.
It just smashes into the crystals that Rager is made out of. Crystal and crystal.
Right, and let's see. How's each of us? Okay, got it. All right, and that is what. Oh, sorry. And then the third attack of its multi-attack is its crystallizing bite. So it is going to lunge forward with that. And get a 12. So, okay, rolls are a little cold. That's good. All right. It is going to pass to Aragorn.
Before that one ends, because it moved within 10 feet of Ray, it needs to make a con save for Halo Spores.
Okay, is this poison based?
This is necrotic.
Ooh, okay. Then yeah, it'll make it. Let's see. I fails.
Alright, it takes 11 necrotic damage.
Alright. It seems to take full damage from necrotic.
Good.
Alright, Aragorn, you're up.
Alright, he's trying to take a few feet back. He's trying to spend 2 sorcery points and quicken casts mirror image onto himself as a bonus action. And as an action, he'll just point a finger towards the one in front of Ragear, and he will cast Firebolt.
Mirror image is 3 things, right?
Yeah.
Alright, there you go. Alright, you're gonna cast Firebolts. Okay, 19 strikes the creature but does no discernible damage. It just sort of rolls across the creature's body.
So it did nothing, right?
Yeah, it didn't do anything. Essentially, it didn't hit, but these creatures are less about evading attacks and more just about, armor class.
Oh, so I missed then. I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah, it's a miss.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. Hold on. In fact, I have a Faspiration.
Ooh, it's true.
Might as well use it.
All right.
It's a D.
Still a D.
It's a D8.
D8, okay.
Ooh, that brings it up to a 24, which hits. And this was the closest one or the further one?
Right by Ragier.
Alright, it takes full damage from fire.
Okay. He's then going to move back some more, and he'll pass to Layla.
Alright.
Okay. Oh my goodness, it just reloaded. Okay. It's fine. My turn's very easy. I am going to hold a spell until there would be at least 2 of them in the 20-foot AoE before I would cast it. Once
Okay,
two of them
so you're spending a spell slot and concentration to cast what?
Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire, and the trigger is going to be
if I can get 2 or more in it.
2 or more. Okay, got it. All right, so we'll say that you're
once
readying an
Foundry
action
reloads, I'll just step back a little bit too. That's all.
and concentrating. Got it. All right, you have to pass to the darkness.
Sounds great.
All right. Let's see. All right, climbing out on the opposite side of the chasm is another one of these spiders. And let's see, taking measure of everyone that is over there. Yeah. It opens its face, which is also its mouth. So you see that the bits of face that have, the eyes, they also open up, and then the lower jaw opens up, and it kind of like 6 different pieces of carapace open to reveal this sort of gaping, tooth-lined maw, and then you see like a protuberance of like crystal in the center of that mouth, and then it fires it at Layla.
My God, beam attack.
Sick.
And misses with a 14. All right, and then it's gonna have to use its action to reel that back in. And then, that's its movement, its action, its bonus action. So it is done. All right, it will pass to its ally. All right. So let's see. Yeah, this one surfaces here. And it sees Jert Bandon over there. And it's gonna fire its mouth harpoon at you, as it were. Here we go. 20 for 19 piercing, 6 acid.
Shit. Okay.
I just got that. Are these things invisible?
No.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
they're coming up out of the darkness.
The thing that just shot at me is like somewhere off screen from me. It's out of my vision, I think.
Okay. Yeah, then it would have been at advantage. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, nothing I have can deflect enough damage to make that a miss, so that hits.
Okay. It will then use its bonus action to pull you across the chasm to it.
Good.
So it's sort of like
now. Hello.
Yeah. So it's sort of clinging to the wall, and then it pulls you in. And since it hit with this and it pulled you in, it is going to do a bite at the same time.
Jump, jump.
Let's see.
It's not an advantage anymore because I can see it.
Right, and unlike the webbing, which causes restrained, this only causes a grapple. So as it pulls you in, it does miss with its crystallizing bite, whatever that means. All right. And then it will pass to the remaining spider.
I'm seizing because he damaged me.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you haven't acted yet, right?
Correct. It's a new round.
No. We're still in round 1. There's another spider that hasn't acted yet.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
more?
Right.
Yes. All right. So, let's see. Another one appears, crawling up out of the darkness, off to the side here, to the north. And let's see. There's a small child who would be easy to eat. There is a lady that's got fiery shit around her. That's no good. This meat doesn't. It just doesn't. Yeah. You know this. Yeah. So it's either small child or unattended grandmother. All right, so 1 for Layla, 2 for Barnabas. All right, Layla. It is going to fire out its mouth harpoon. Here we go.
Grandmother. I dodged the insult.
All right, and then it kind of reels its mouth harpoon back in. Going into round 2, no damage was dealt. They control the initiative. And so I think they're going to pass to an ally. Let's see. They're going to pass to Wanton Shield.
I'm in a bad spot. I'm going to spend an inspiration to steal.
That's not a bad idea. All right. Yeah, they were about to do some stuff to you. All right.
Yeah. All right, so first we're going to bonus action Rage. And proc a Wild Magic Surge when I do so.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. I need to add that from... There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm gonna put that in chat.
What effect came up on your Wild Surge?
Magic infuses 1 weapon of choice until my rage ends. It can be, unfortunately, I already have this ability on it, but it gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 and long range of 60. However, if it leaves my hand, so my returning ranged weapons are already returning ranged weapons.
Big one it does force damage too.
But you know what? I will. Is there a way I can, when I rage, draw like a different weapon to have this effect than the 2 that are already returning?
Well, I don't think you would know what the effect is until you're raged. Yeah. So.
Okay, well, I get nothing. I guess I'm just gonna hit him.
Well, one would argue you got what you already had. So it's still nothing, but you know.
It's still nothing, yeah.
Some other barbarian had to fight real hard to get what you have every day. All right. So what are you gonna do? You are grappled over a bottomless pit by this crystalline creature, and it seems intent on mashing you up with its legs and mouth.
I'm gonna hit him 3 times with advantage of reckless.
All right, so 25 will hit. As you hit the creature, it seems that magical or no, the slashing damage is resisted.
Good. So then he also takes an additional d6 from the Hunter's Mark. So 1 on that one.
Okay. And then the, let's see, the critical hit will hit.
And I think the 17 misses for sure, right? Because we know they have at least a...
Oh, yeah. At least, yeah.
Okay. And then that means the Hunter's Mark is also doubled.
Okay. Right. The plus 12 is from...
aren't crit dice automatically maxed?
Yeah, but Hunter's Mark is 1d6, right? So it'd be...
Oh, sorry, I did reroll that. I put 2, my bad.
No worries. I'll just take the first roll, add 6, and then have it. Okay.
All right, cool.
Got it.
Yeah, I can't edit that, so
no worries.
Redo it. All right. That's bonus and action. I guess because I'm in a bad spot. No, I'll save that for later. That's it for now.
Okay.
Because I don't have anything else to do.
I think it's gonna steal.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so the wanton shield spider is gonna steal. And let's see. It'd be a straight roll to do this if it tried to do this, but I think
he has advantage on his reckless.
Yeah. That could be. All right. I think it'll just attack for now. to see what happens. All right, so here we go. It's gonna do 2 slams, so these are at advantage, 1 and 2, and then a bite. So a 25, a 19, sorry, 25, 27, and a 19.
Yeah, those.
All right.
I had to re-sign in. It kicked me out, so give me a second. Because I might spend
Oh,
my
no
reaction.
worries, no worries.
Let me see. Alright, so I can't see any of those rolls, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, it's 14 bludgeoning, 16 bludgeoning, and then 9 piercing and 9 acid. And then I would need a Constitution save.
Okay. 9 piercing and 9. Okay, so on the one that does the poison damage, I'm going to spend my reaction to do
the acid damage. You mean the bite? Okay.
Sorry, and then I'll use my deflect strike.
Mm-hmm.
So when he hits me with a weapon attack, I can use my reaction to reduce the damage by number of d6s equal to my proficiency. If I beat the damage, the attack becomes a miss.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna roll. 4d6. Here we go. 14.
All right. 14 is let's see. You've reduced the damage because barbarian, right? Raging.
Yep.
So that would be enough to reduce the attack altogether. So you do not need to make a Constitution save on that one.
Perfect. So and the other two were how much damage?
Let's see. 16 bludgeoning and 14 bludgeoning. So 7 damage and 8 damage. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Let's see. You've already acted. It acts. So it is gonna. Yeah, it's going to pass to unassertive. All right, unassertive is going to aim its I don't know, butt ? Kind of twist its body around, and fire off some webbing at Layla. All right. So Layla, here you go. Oh, wow, these guys are really good at shooting webbing. Okay. And then it is going to pull you over to it.
All right.
Like they're trained by a man who is a spider.
It looks like this creature's intention is to bundle you up on its next turn. Delicious morsel. All right. Oh, shit. Also worth mentioning. Sure, when you were melee attacking the creature, its body, now that you're up close, similar to like a spike growth almost, it has sort of these crystalline spines that are very thin, but very very sharp. And so as you are attacking it, the ones that hit, they do break off into you.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially 9 damage from the first hit, piercing, and then 5 damage from the other one.
Yeah.
All right. And then Layla, that is its move. No, sorry. Now it will take its move. It's gonna, I guess, head back with you to here, kind of dragging you along with it. Oh, I got you. Please stop moving, you Benny. All right, cool. And then Layla, you may steal if you'd like.
Not yet, because I'm concentrating on a spell, hoping it will go
off. Oh, all right. Fair enough.
Yet.
Let's see. Then they will pass to. Let's see. Unassertive is gone. It'll pass to. Wonderful. Yeah. All right. Wonderful wants to know where that baby went. Where'd that unattended child? Oh, there he is. All right. It's got to see if it gets its butt cannon back. It does not. All right. In that case, it will turn around so that its face cannon is facing you instead.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is going to try and use its harpoon-like fang to grab a hold of you.
Okay.
All right.
Ah!
Oh. Wow. All right.
That non-stop crits.
That is a nat 24, 34 points of piercing damage, 12 points of acid damage. It's gonna pull you in and try to deliver a bite.
I suppose I deserve this.
Your first round started rough, but you warmed up like hell on the second round. Jeez.
Yeah, I guess so. So it'll move to kind of meet up with you, and as it does, it's going to give you a little chomp with the mouth.
Sure.
Let's see, crystallizing bite. Here you go. That is only a 28. It's not a critical hit because it's just grappled.
Okay.
Okay. But that is 7 more piercing and 6 more acid, and then you need to give me a Constitution save. Yep.
Okay. This is gonna be fine. 21.
No problem. You feel like you might have almost turned into crystal, but you didn't. So that's good.
Sure.
All right.
Can I steal?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to now use a 2nd level spell, 2 Misty Step, 30 feet away. Because no, I don't consent.
All right, it's like very confused. Like you just keep escaping somehow.
I'm hard to keep a hold of.
All
okay,
right.
From my safe perch back here, I am going to see that Jert is in a bad way. I can't really see Layla as well. But I see that Jert's in trouble, so I'm going to cast Hex. No, I can't do that. I already cast a spell. I'm going to use a maneuver die or an exertion die to do a double barrel sniper shot with an incendiary shell. And this is all going to be fire damage, no piercing. 28.
28. 28 is enough.
So
this is all fire damage, you said?
Yes, everything in this equation.
Okay, just the one that keeps trying to hang out with you? Yes.
Oh no, I'm sorry. This was the one that's holding Jert.
Oh, the one that's holding Jert. Okay. All right.
That's 12, 14, 18.
And then
21.
To double check, you switch the Hunter's Mark to this one with your bonus action, right? On your turn, because you had initially Hunter's Mark this one.
I did. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so we'd have to not do that damage. That's right.
Oh, all right.
Totally.
I'll heal it up then.
Yeah. Right. That's a good point. Totally didn't even realize that.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so Barnabas.
I have to start raging on that turn.
Solid hit. What next?
Bonus action moved. That's all I have. So, who is left? We have Aragorn, Layla, Ray, and Radriar. I want to see what Aragorn's got going on. I'm looking for him to impress me.
Mm-hmm.
I pass to Aragorn.
Aragorn, all eyes on you. Everyone, the whole B team, all 5 spiders, everyone turns to look at you.
Well, I don't do good under pressure, but okay then.
Well, we get a lot of pressure, like all the time.
Get over that
Aren't
real
you a
quick.
stone sorcerer? That's a geology joke.
Ha ha ha, very fucking funny. Okay, instead I'll move him here. Would that be enough range? No. Wait, I was here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. I can't. Jared, I'm gonna ask you right now. Do you have a means to catch yourself should you fall?
Yeah.
Yes, you have a feather fall ring, right?
I have a feather fall ring. I have ropes. I have the jump spell. Don't worry about me, dude.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I'm serious. Please say. I'm so serious right now.
He says he's good.
If what you're doing requires putting me in a disadvantageous position, you have literally no better option, then sure.
Right.
Jert, did you already spend your reaction?
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay, you know what? Yeah, screw it. I'll do it.
Behind you hear the B team, and Umeg says, "Now let's see what this kid can actually do, huh?" And Jocelyn says, "Oh, I wonder what sort of incredible magic he'll be using." Again, they're just waiting to see this incredible Kingsguard sorcerer.
Alright, fuck it. He's gonna spend 4 sorcery points to twin cast banishment.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Oh, damn.
Okay. All right. Which two are you targeting?
I wanted to target one with Layla, but it's too far away, so I'm
Okay.
gonna target Wanton, the one that
Okay.
Jared is dealing with, and Wonderful over here.
All right. All right.
So let me cast a spell.
And these are charisma saves.
Mm-hmm. DC 18.
Ooh, yeah, they gone. They long gone. Here, they will leave behind a complication on their way out the door. Ha! Joke's on you. You can't hit them because they're another plane of existence. All right.
Jared, I'm sorry.
Jert, you begin free falling into the abyss.
Yeah, I fall 60 feet. My ring activates immediately.
It doesn't require a reaction, correct?
Nope.
All right. Let's see. So when you fall wearing this ring, you descend 60 feet per round. That's good because it would have been 500 feet otherwise.
Yep.
All right. So you begin falling. Unfortunately, I made this map before Foundry 10, and in Foundry 10, if I give you negative numbers, I think you'll just disappear. Did you disappear?
No, I'm still here. I gave myself a negative number.
Okay, but no one else can see you. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, that's the thematic. He disappears into the darkness as he falls down. And you see his little green light, like, down below. All right.
Look at Aragorn. What the fuck?
You said do something, I did something.
All right, Umeg says, there you go. Our war singer is revealed.
Since I didn't damage anybody, I'm gonna then pass to Ray. Can you do something?
I just kind of look at Barnabas saying, "What the fuck did you just do?" Whereas about 48 hours ago, you shot Daedalus out of the grasp of a dragon, so he plummeted.
That was so he wouldn't be turned into a red hand monster.
Okay, pot. Well, Barnabas is also in a pretty bad way too, so I don't want to actually get close to this creature because, yeah, that looks like it hurts. I think just for right now, Ray is going to action cast poison spray at it since it's within 10 feet. Let's make a con save.
All right. It will not make the save. It is immune to poison.
Okay. So at least that is crossed off the list. Then is going to. Oh, that's an action that I have to cast that at. Just bonus action. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Barnabas 2nd level because that looks like it hurt.
Thank you. Take it.
A measly 9. Probably just gonna move a little bit away.
Okay.
Don't want to be too bundled up, but that's about it. And I think I have the Brindle effect going on so that it's an aura, so I think this should be benefiting everyone.
Yeah, I see it.
I thought I had turned it on. Did it turn off again, or?
It's on.
No, I didn't,
okay.
I didn't see it the first time around.
Oh, okay. All right. Who do you pass to? You got Layla, Rajar, or 2 more spooters.
I'm
gonna beat the shit out of them, so I mean.
Undefeated has not gone yet. I'll pass it to Layla to see if you can get yourself out of that.
All right, Layla, you lose the spell. What will you do now?
It's okay. All right. Seeing herself in this situation, is it possible? It's possible to attack the restraints, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. So she will close her eyes, and when she opens them back up, they're a fiery starlight. She will conjure a flame elemental next to her and have it lash out at the restraints.
Okay.
Yeah, change that art. Alright, so I'll have it make attack rolls, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright.
If you're ending your turn, right? Like, so you summon it, end your turn, it goes immediately after you in initiative. Yeah.
That is fair.
Right.
It does go right after me in initiative, so I might as well use my bonus action to disadvantage Starry Archer shot at this.
Okay.
So it's 16 to hit this, which
does not hit.
But
all right.
Desperate attempt. Yes, and then I end my turn, and this thing's going to try to break me out.
All right. It does take damage from fire. The webbing is blah blah blah, and 16 is enough. It burns away the crystalline webbing.
Right. It burns away the crystalline webbing, and then it's going to try to thrash into the creature next to it.
All right.
For 27 to hit it.
27 definitely hits, and it takes full damage from fire. All right. You control the initiative, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. Take it on, Radriar.
All right. So Radriar.
All right, Radriar swings backwards, seeing Ray move, and is going to go for its hind legs because he's got reach, going right over Aragorn's head. If he was a normal-sized person, he probably would lose it.
All right.
Going to go through 2 swings, but during the big swing, it is going to open up its jaw and let out a disgusting vile ichor onto it and hex it before it strikes.
All right, sounds good.
Whoa.
Into a crit for a smite.
Beautiful. All right, let's see. So, hex is going to be different type of damage, necrotic. Okay, it takes full damage from necrotic, it takes half damage from slashing, but it does take the critical hit. So, damage, and then give me the. Oh, you're throwing a smite on there too. Hell yeah! It takes full damage from the radiant. Beautiful.
So 35 radiant. And then I gotta throw hex damage down. 6
and then another 6 times, so 12 more. It is the equivalent of bloodied.
Okay. Skewering into the one leg, and then he's going to spin it around with the heaving over the other.
All right. From the first attack, you do take 8 points of piercing damage from the fine crystal spikes that cover its body.
Is this a 5-foot effect?
Yeah. Are you in a different place? I have.
No. I am just curious.
Let me see. Crystalline spies. Yeah, it's within 5 feet.
You got it. Okay. He's gonna back up and provoke it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
When he's hit for the first time.
Sure. As you back away on the first one, it will try to bite you.
Go for it.
And miss.
All right. And then he'll swing at it again for a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that does not get through the creature's defenses.
No worries. I will succeed at a cost just because I want to have some fun.
Okay, that would put a 19 up to a 22, which does not hit.
Woo! All right. That's the turn.
All right. You can pass the undefeated or old shale.
No, I'll let him retort.
Oh yeah. Then he will steal. Hey-ya! Let's see. Doesn't like that too much. That hurt bad. Let's see. But you're not within 5 feet of it. So yeah, it is going to open its 6 mandibles and then fire its crystallizing its crystal harpoon at you for a 19, which I don't think is going to hit.
Nope.
And then let's see. Yeah. Would it try to flee? Maybe. It'll just move up. So it'll move here, like so. So I guess it'll double down on you.
No worries.
All right, and then it will pass to Old Shale Spider. All right, Old Shale Spider sees unattended baby. All right.
In here looking like a snack.
Some people. I heard Gina mention that at the water cooler that you were looking like a snack. All right, here we go. It's going to. If it could just bundle you up and take you home with it, that would be great. So, does it have a charged thing? Yeah, it's got it. 17.
That's going to meet.
All right.
Yeah.
Then it will reel you in.
Here we go again.
All right, and it is restrain and grapple. Okay. And then it has a movement, so I guess, yeah, it would start heading down into the dock with its prize.
How far is it gonna get?
Let's see, 25 feet down, I guess it'll go.
Okay, not too bad.
So I guess you guys would both disappear into the darkness, but everyone be assured that they are still there. It's just Foundry does layering now, and yeah, my old maps aren't made with a background image, so. All right, my newer stuff is, but my older stuff isn't. All right, so play then passes in the next round. You took no damage, Barnabas, so they still control the initiative. So let's see. They will pass to Wanton. Wanton is back in the, I guess, elemental plane of Earth, because he gets sent back to his home plane. And then it will pass back to the shell spider that has Barnabas.
This is less than good.
We got one fan spell. Should we use it? Can't have Barnabas taken away.
Do I have a sense of their movement speed? Like, is it 25 feet or?
They seem to have a climb speed of 50.
Eesh. I can move 60 in one turn, so if he goes down another 50, I can be like at the lower ledge. Because I have a climb speed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I really don't want to be 125 feet down in this hole.
Yeah.
I'm about to be there. Smile.
Ooh, I think you are, what, 2 sizes smaller? Let me see if that affects anything.
I think it would.
Swallows.
I mean, it definitely doesn't have any reduction in speed because. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you're 2 sizes smaller. So it's actually going to be 50 feet down with you.
If I can steal, I would, because I could get out of this and end up back on the ledge. I only have one more Misty Step, though. This is it. I'm getting taken after this.
This is just the door fight, too.
I know. I'm glad that we got this on good footing and not like while we were halfway over it.
I mean, it's easy to be mad at Barnabas for pulling these guys, but yeah,
I'm not mad at him for pulling. Yeah, we were gonna fight them no matter what.
Yeah, they were. The script was as you guys were trying to cross is when they would have.
That's kind of what I was expecting.
Yeah. So it's actually really good that you triggered them early. All right. So what's the play? Because they're gonna pass.
I'm stealing. I'm stealing with the fan spell. If that's okay with everyone. I need approval though.
Yeah.
I thought you had inspiration.
No, I ran out.
Oh, damn.
All right. Any opposed? Going once. Go twice.
Go for
Play
it.
passes to Barnabas.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to steal. I'm going to Misty Step up 30 feet and then catch the side of the ledge and then use my remaining 30 feet to get 10 feet over the corner of the ledge.
All right. Fair enough. You have a climb speed. All that shit just
equal
all
to
that
my
shit
movement.
just happens. Sorry, I'm thinking about the 14 dice rolls I would need you to make in Pathfinder 2, and I'm just like, hey, that's cool. You just grab the ledge and climb up. Sounds fun. All right.
It's okay. This is 5e. This isn't the scary times.
It's certainly changing all my perspectives about everything. So you are no longer restrained and no longer grappled, and you have Misty Stepped and climbed. Now what?
I cry a little bit because I've been taken 3 times, and now I am going to pass to one of my allies, Layla.
All right.
How are you doing over there? Do you got a handle on things?
Oh, I mean, I'll take it.
Or should I pass a Jert who's falling?
Pass a Jert.
All right.
Jert.
I believe you would fall 60 more feet, right? Beginning of the turn for falling.
If it's the beginning of the turn, then yes.
Yeah. All right. So you were down 120 feet. What will you do? You see that there's ledges on either side of you.
Yeah. I'm gonna take out the rope and chain lasso and just use those. Trying to get a secure foothold here.
Easy enough. So you're gonna take the chain and essentially attack
like the stone wall and like sort of dig it in there, and then pull yourself over.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
And now you're against the wall.
All right, and I assume that takes my action.
That would be your action. Yep.
Okay. We're gonna lose rage. They're not grappling. Those.
You have your reaction back too.
Yeah, I'm taking that up. Just trying to think if there's anything else I can do on my turn. So I can't start climbing yet, I don't think. So I think that's it for me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of secure my footing here, catch my breath, and then wait till my next turn so I can start getting back up there.
All right. Who do you pass to?
I'll pass to Aragorn so he can move before he gets his concentration broken and shit goes even more bad.
Fair enough. All right. Aragorn, to you.
I feel confident I can avoid the.
Avoid the what?
The reaction.
I can avoid the
take.
Yeah, I mean.
They've got like a +10 to hit. I wouldn't bank on it.
No, mirror image.
Oh.
I don't want to spend any spell trying to get away from him. Come right here. Bait in the reaction.
Yeah, it will go for it. And it misses, causing a complication.
Okay.
I need to.
What?
Well, before it can attack, I have to roll a d20 to see if it hits or not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, misses.
Is it?
Hits one.
Isn't,
Hits.
No, isn't mirror image only when they hit?
when it actually hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That spell would be god awful if it worked just on an attack roll. Oof.
Yeah, magic missile just whoop, it's gone. All right, until the end of this combat round, critical hits are scored on a natural roll of 19 or 20. All right.
Ooh, what
Actually, that's
else
a good
can
point.
What else can I do?
Magic missile and mirror image.
I don't know if it would work because I think it has to be an attack.
Yeah, because it says it always hits in the spell description.
Yeah, thematically, yeah, it would be cool, but magic missile would go right around a mirror image. So.
All right, he's gonna then look to undefeated, and he will just put out. He'll cast Mind Sliver on it.
Okay. Let me see. This creature, how does it feel about psychic damage? Nothing happens. It's immune to psychic damage. But I guess we still have to make the save, though, right?
I mean, we can just bypass that because it's not going to do anything.
Well, it does have
it says you take damage and subtract. It doesn't say you one leads to the other. So both are happening. So it does have to make the save. It has the negative to its next save. All right.
Okay. And I believe that's it for me.
Okay.
I'll pass to
and it took no damage to it. Yeah, it can't steal. So Ragear, you are up.
All right, let's make sure it doesn't steal by killing it.
Pro strat. I've heard that works pretty good.
Yeah.
Ray,
are you on the ground?
Yeah, I'm on the ground.
And this creature does not have a reaction.
That's good. That means I can full swing and back up.
Yep.
And as he backs up, he is going to drag his spear across the ground, rear it back overhead, and bring it onto its face.
Okay.
19 to hit.
19 does not hit.
No worries. We give it a second go.
23. Very close.
Which I would.
23 is very close.
I succeed as a cast.
Oh, okay. Then 24 hits. Good tanking strategy. You are targeted. All right. So go ahead and give me fresh damage on the Bloodbanes. Just roll out another attack real quick.
You got it. 11.
All right.
And then we're gonna do Hex and Smite.
Nice.
Patented.
All right. Let's see. 5 from that. Okay, the smite Is it both 8s or just the top 8?
Just the top 8.
Okay.
Foundry likes to roll the bottom.
Oh, right, because if it's an undead or whatever. Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then one more from the hex. All right, it is still going.
Alrighty. That
And
is
I think it will steal.
Good call.
All right, let's see. Undefeated. It's gonna steal. Gets its reaction back. It still has a negative 1d4 to any saving throw. It's got Rager right there. It's got Fiery Lady. Doesn't want to mess with. It's got this guy. Not sure what this guy's all about. But you're the one that's hurting it. So. Yeah. Yeah, it'll, it's going to go ahead and I think it'll just move forward to be next to you, and then it is going to attack. So it's going to do 2 slams and a bite. And none of those are going to get past your armor. Fantastic.
I am targeted.
Oh, shit. Does that...
advantage on all attacks.
Oh, shit. Alright.
On that first one, I'm going to use a reaction.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to remove the advantage it got for that first attack.
Hey, there it is.
Oh, okay. When a creature shoots through the 60 feet, it's about to roll a d20. About to roll. My brother in Christ, I already rolled. I need you to call. This is the same as Layla's abilities. You can't see the rolls and then declare it. When a creature you can see within 60 feet. So just keep that in mind as I'm attacking. You have to tell me before I start rolling.
Okay.
So I'll try to slow down a little bit, but with that ability, you're gonna definitely need to have your finger on the trigger kind of thing. All right. So the slam is gonna hit, and then I believe because of targeted, there's extra damage equal to proficiency bonus. So it's actually a 17 bludgeoning. The 19 is not gonna hit. The 22 is gonna hit for 17 piercing and 13 acid, and then I need a Constitution save.
What the?
God damn, that Constitution's out of control.
You have no idea how powerful he was in his heyday.
That is somebody who has built an aura providing a bonus, but they did put a plus symbol in there.
I did, but I don't know how it's doing plus 41. What the hell?
Okay.
Let me look at this again.
All right, so we'll take the
Incredible.
first. I'm opening it up. You got a 6 plus. You should have your own paladin aura in there. Why is
That's
it your
what I mean. So my paladin order has +4 on it.
Okay.
I'm looking around. It doesn't even say that my paladin aura is now giving me anything.
I wonder if the other aura is fighting with your paladin aura.
It's just D4 and then D4,
Yeah.
so I just checked it to be 1D4.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
There we go.
Okay.
Got to be plus 1D4. Because it was like, 4 and 1? 41.
Oh,
Quick
okay.
math.
Alright, so you ended up with a 16 total.
Yeah.
Alright, 16 is not enough. You would begin turning to crystal, but are not instantly turned to crystal.
Cool.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Let me double check. Oh, that's an addition. Okay. As you begin to turn to crystal, you get the feeling that this bite is so virulent that should you be reduced to 0 HP by this attack, you would also be petrified.
Got it.
And that is information you may want to share with the others.
Keep in mind that we have the Umeg ability now. If you want to re-roll the save that you failed.
Oh, yeah, you could do that. He is slotted.
I don't think it's worth it yet. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Die.
This is just the follow-up one. Yeah. So you would just be restrained by the effect. Okay.
So Rajar would, thematically, instead of roaring out, give everyone the same sensation he's feeling telepathically with emotions.
Ooh, that's cool. All right. Nice.
But that is his turn. Well, I guess that's your turn, but that's it.
Okay. Fair enough. Undefeated will then pass to. It'll pass to Old Shale. Old Shale wants its baby back. It's little baby back. It's little baby back ribs.
Come get me.
All right. It needs a 5 or 6 to get its ass cannon back. It does. All right. So you see its ass rise up over the lip of the cliff and fire at you. Let's see. I mean, they definitely want you. It's good to feel wanted, right?
Oh my god. At least it's not damaged. It's the 4th one or something?
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
All right, bye guys.
It pulls you in.
At least the campaign's consistent with this, because this is like.
Well,
all right.
Thus ends the tale of Barnabas.
Okay, so it had to move 50 to get up to you, and then it had to bonus action pull you in. So you guys are just right there for now.
Okay.
All right. All right. In a way, you're sort of tanking, Barnabas. I mean, which is what marshals do. You know,
Right.
These are hits that could be
action economy.
Yeah, God forbid anything attack Aragorn. He killed 2 dudes instantaneously with barely any collateral, one might say.
Barnabas looks very panicky and shouts out like, "I'm not going to be able to get out this time."
All right.
Your marshal is fine.
As you say that, play will pass to unassertive. And unassertive doesn't like just fire elementals, so it is going to disengage. And it's going to climb up this pillar. So, what's 35 feet up? There we go. You know what? It'll use its bonus action to go 5 more feet. 40 feet up. Yeah. Alright. And then it will pass to Layla to see what she does.
Climbs up 40 feet.
Yep. So here, I'll make it sort of in the statue, like in the thing a little. There we go.
I'm looking through the spells real quick. Alright, well they have real tough skin, but we're gonna bonus action archer shot it real quick.
Okay.
That should be within range still for that. So 13. Sorry, 21 to hit for a 13.
21 does not hit.
Oh goodness, woof.
Yeah, these things guys have like 24, it seems like.
They have a 24 armor class. Yep.
Okay.
Oh wait.
40 feet in the air. Man, that puts it out of range of that one. Okay. I will step forward a little bit onto this ledge.
Okay.
And I'm going to reach up to it. I'm going to frostbite it.
All right. Let's see. It's got to make a con save. Here we go. It fails, and it takes full damage from cold.
All right, takes full damage. Next attack roll, if it makes one, it's disadvantage.
All right.
That is.
Let me give it that, so remember it has disadvantage. Okay.
Around a little bit more. I'm going to send the Flame Elemental at the end of my turn, kind of between me and this creature, so since it can't reach it, at least maybe if it's up a little higher, it can opportunity attack it if it comes towards me.
Fair enough. Okay.
That is my turn.
You may pass to Wonderful Shield Spider, who is in another dimension, or Rafina.
Oh, well, I guess we'll pass to Wonderful in another dimension.
All right. Wonderful looks around. It lets out a contented sigh. It's finally home. This is nice. It starts eating the abundant gemstones that are just everywhere in the elemental plane of Earth, and makes happy little mewling noises to itself. It's been too long. Play passes to Ray.
Ray's gonna turn the Rager and be like, "Do you have this one?" I think Barnabas is in trouble.
Unless it eats me first. Go.
Alright. He's just gonna move away from it.
Okay. It does have a reaction, and it will use it to try and bite you.
Okay. It's
Alright.
probably gonna hit.
28 for
Yeah,
14
hits.
piercing and 10 acid.
Okay. not a crit, so that damage. But because it did hit me, it takes 10 fire damage in return.
All right.
The fire shield.
I forgot it. All right, it was so bloodthirsty. All right, it takes the damage.
All right.
It is near death.
Oh, and also the acid damage too. Okay. Ray's going to do something similar to what Layla did, and is going to summon an air elemental, but this one's going to be air.
Okay.
So the spores that are kind of already swirling around her, she kind of gathers them up and forces them forward as a kind of a whirlwind of spore and air as a air elemental shows itself. I don't know if I have the right that would be. I think that did it.
Right. Yeah, and then it should have a shifting token, so you can select the flavorful elemental of your choice.
I will go through that, but essentially it's going to, I can send it up to like 90 feet. It's going to kind of move over, and it's going to attempt to grapple this spider.
Interesting. Okay.
It's either grapple the spider or try and grapple Barnabas.
Spider sounds like a
I like the grappling the Barnabas, but then you'd have to fight the thing's strength. That's probably pretty strong.
Yeah.
I miscounted my resources. I do have something to get out of this. So you can attack no, don't attack the spider, but if you grappled it, that would be good, because then it would be still there at the edge and attackable.
Yeah. It's just gonna grapple the spider.
Alright.
This is, I have a token, here we go. Athletics check.
16 is enough.
Okay. I guess it's one size smaller than the creature, and the elemental has a speed of, I believe, 40 feet. So we're just gonna drag it back 20.
Okay.
Nice.
We're gonna drag it back towards kind of where Ray is. So like here, I guess.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is it for us.
I imagine I'd be over there.
With a creature one size category larger, it can attempt to break the grapple using a reaction if you attempt to force move them.
Oh.
Are you willing to risk that, or do you just want to hold it there?
If that's the case, I'm just gonna hold it there because I don't want to try break out of it.
To have a free chance to break out? Yeah, I got you. All right.
Oops,
okay.
All right, that's it.
And then that's it.
I think.
All right, and then that actually brings us to time. So who would you? Well, we'll just put a note that you control initiative going into the next round. All right, so down here in notes, we'll put Ray controls initiative entering round 4. Jert in pit. 2 spiders banished. And for what it's worth, undefeated shield spider was mind slippered. All right, good stuff. All right, pin message. We'll delete everything else, and then extreme favor is actually not there. There we go. So Glavenus can go back home. Boop. All right, and I'll bring you guys back to. We'll go to the. You want the roleplay table between sessions, or do you want to go back to the Elsir Vale map?
Probably roleplay table, right? We're not going to be leaving this area anytime soon.
Yeah, roleplay.
Sounds good. Okay. On that note, the session will end, and we will resume next week. Tonight, maybe around 7-ish, we're going to play some Solasta on stream. You guys are welcome to hang out. We've become so, I don't want to say bored with Solasta, but we've become so comfortable with the gameplay that it feels like every other week we just sit down and it's like just chatting, but with Solasta in the background. So all sorts of interesting stories, game design ideas, just kind of nerd shit, shooting the shit. So if you need some background noise for your Saturday evening, that is what we're going to be getting up to.
It's like
tomorrow
part
morning
2 of your podcast.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a more casual vodcast, yeah, with like a little bit of Solasta going on in the background. Every once in a while, something happens where we have to take it real seriously. Thinking about you volcano spiders. So Saturday is that. Sunday morning we've got Curse of Straw Daybreak, and Sunday night we got Mythic Odyssey. They're currently at the area of the Rock, and that's pretty interesting what's happening there. And then Monday night, for reals, we're going to play Blitzball for real. They have entered the final chapter of the book, chapter 12. So if you are familiar with Odyssey of the Dragonlords, it is the last leg of the roller coaster, just screaming towards the finish line. So yeah, it's almost over. The whole shebang. So it's pretty crazy. Tuesday, Cyberpunk Red, and then also Abomination Vaults. And Wednesday, we've got some Dragon's Dogma. Thursday, Curse of God Nightfall. Friday, we'll do some more vodcasting. And then Saturday morning, we'll be back here. Does anybody have any announcements, any streams or games or anything else going on that you want to shout while we're here? Yeah? All right. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Saturday and their weekend. And I'll see you guys around the Discord.
Thanks for running.
All right, yeah.
Thanks for running.
Great session. Thanks.
And thanks everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.